WQEE 99.1 FM, The Key in Noonan, Georgia. Home of Braves Country with Mac Magee and the Armchair Quarterbacks. Weekdays, 3 p.m. Eastern to 5 p.m. Eastern, right here on The Key and YouTube.com at Braves Country. Braves Country today. We're talking Southern sports. We go live 3 to 5 weekdays right here on WQEE. Braves Country today. Southern sports talk with the voice of Braves Country baseball, Mac Magee. Joined every day from sports analysts from all over Braves Country, talking college football, the NFL, Major League Baseball, and what's trending in the world of sports. Braves Country today. We go live 3 to 5 weekdays right here on WQEE. Hey Braves fans, I'm Mac Magee with Braves Country. We'll be right here on The Key all year long giving you Braves Country baseball, pitch by pitch, inning by inning of your Atlanta Braves. Make sure to catch Braves Country right here on The Key. We go live 3 to 5, and we'll keep you up to date on the upcoming schedule for Braves Country. That's Braves Country HD and Braves Country Baseball right here on The Key. Lineup for yesterday by Ogden Ash. A is for Alex, the great Alexander. More goose eggs he pitched than a popular gander. B is for Bresnahan, back of the plate. The Cubs were his love and McGraw his hate. C is for Cobb, who grew spikes not corn and made all the basemen wish they weren't born. D is for Dean, the grammatical diz. When they asked who's the tops, said correctly I is. E is for Evers, his jaw in advance, never afraid to tinker with chance. F is for Fordham, and Frankie and Fish. I wish he were back with the Giants, I wish. G is for Gehrig, the pride of the stadium, his record pure gold, his courage pure radium. H is for Hornsby. When pitching to Raj, the pitcher would pitch, then the pitcher would dodge. I is for me, not a hard-hitting man, but an outstanding all-time, incurable fan. J is for Johnson, the big train in his prime, was so fast he could throw 3 strikes at a time. K is for Keeler, as fresh as green paint, the fastest and mostest to hit where they ain't. L is for LaHoy, whom Clevelanders love, Napoleon himself with glue in his glove. M is for Matty, who carried a charm in the form of an extra brain in his arm. N is for Newsom, Bobo's favorite Ken. You ask how he's here, he talked himself in. O is for Ott, of the restless right foot. When he leaned on the pellet stay put. P is for Plank, the arm of the A's. When he tangled with Matty, games lasted for days. Q is for Don Quixote, Cornelius Mack. Neither Yankees nor years can halt his attack. R is for Ruth, to tell you the truth. There's no more to be said, just R is for Ruth. S is for Speaker, swift center field tender. When the ball saw him coming, it yelled, I surrender. T is for Terry, the giant from Memphis, whose 400 average you can't overemphasize. U would be Ubel if Carl wore a Cockney, but we say Hubble in baseball like football in Rockney. V is for Vance, the Dodgers' very own Dazzy. None of his rivals could throw as fast as he. W, Wagner, the bow-legged beauty, short, close to all traffic with Honus on duty. X is the first of 2 X's in Fox, who was right behind Ruth with his powerful socks. Y is for Young, the magnificent sigh. People battled against him, but I never knew why. Z is for Zenith, the summit of fame. These men are up there. These men are the game. Lineup for yesterday, Ogden Nash, January 1949, Sport Magazine. Hey, Braves Country! Braves Country HD is bringing you Braves Country Baseball all year long. Hi, I'm Mac Magee. We'll be bringing you play-by-play, pitch-by-pitch, inning-by-inning of your Atlanta Braves. Braves Country comes to you every Tuesday night and Friday night, and 2 bonus games every week. Please like and subscribe to youtube.com/@BravesCountry. Casey at the Bat by Ernest Lawrence Thayer. The outlook wasn't brilliant for the Mudville Nine that day. The score stood 4-2, but with 1 inning more to play. And when Cooney died at first and Barrows did the same, a pall-like silence fell upon the patrons of the game. A straggling few got up to go in deep despair. The rest clung to the hope which springs eternal in the human breast. They thought if only Casey could but get a whack at that, We'd put up even money now with Casey at the bat. But Flynn preceded Casey, as did Jimmy Blake, and the former was a hoodoo, while the latter was a cake. So upon that stricken multitude, grim, melancholy sat, for there seemed but little chance of Casey getting to the bat. But Flynn let drive a single, to the wonderment of all, and Blake, the much despised, tore the cover off the ball. And when the dust had lifted and men saw what had occurred, there was Jimmy safe at second and Flynn a hugging third. Then from 5,000 throats and more rose a lusty yell. It rumbled through the valley, it rattled in the dell. It pounded on the mountain and recoiled upon the flat, for Casey, mighty Casey, was advancing to the bat. There was ease in Casey's manner as he stepped into his place. There was pride in Casey's bearing, and a smile lit Casey's face. And when responding to the cheers, he lightly doffed his hat. No stranger in the crowd could doubt 'twas Casey at the bat. 10,000 eyes were on him as he rubbed his hands with dirt. 5,000 tongues applauded when he wiped them on his shirt. Then while the writhing pitcher ground the ball into his hip, defiance flashed in Casey's eye, a sneer cooled Casey's lip. And now the leather-covered sphere came hurtling through the air, and Casey stood a-watching it in a haughty grandeur there. Closed by the sturdy batsman, the ball unheeded sped. That ain't my style, said Casey. Strike one, the umpire said. From the benches black with people, there went up a muffled roar, like the beating of a storm waves on a stern and distant shore. Kill him! Kill the umpire! Shouted someone on the stand, and it's likely they'd have killed him had not Casey raised his hand. With a smile of Christian charity, great Casey's visage shone. He stilled the rising tumult, he bade the game go on. He signaled to the pitcher, and once more the dun sphere flew. But Casey ignored it, and the umpire said, Strike two! Fraud! Cried the maddened thousands, and echoed answered fraud. But one scornful look from Casey, and the audience was awed. They saw his face grow stern and cold. They saw his muscles strain. And they knew that Casey wouldn't let that ball go by again. The sneer is from Casey's lip. His teeth are clenched in hate. He pounds with cruel violence his bat upon the plate. And now the pitcher holds the ball. And now he lets it go. And now the air is shattered by the force of Casey's blow. Oh, somewhere in the favored land, the sun is shining bright. The band is playing somewhere, and somewhere hearts are light. And somewhere men are laughing, and somewhere children shout. But there is no joy in Mudville. Mighty Casey has struck out. Casey at the Bat, Ernest Lawrence Thayer, published June 3rd, 1888. San Francisco Examiner. Braves Country today. We're talking Southern sports. We go live 3 to 5 weekdays right here on WQEE. Braves Country today, Southern sports talk with the voice of Braves Country baseball, Mac Magee. Joined every day from sports analysts from all over Braves Country, talking college football, the NFL, Major League Baseball, and what's trending in the world of sports. Braves Country today. We go live 3 to 5 weekdays right here on WQEE. Hey, Braves Country! Braves Country HD is bringing you Braves Country Baseball. Braves Country comes to you every Tuesday night and Friday night, and 2 bonus games every week. You're listening to WQEE 99.1 FM, The Key in Noonan, Georgia.
There's something kind of about a kid that's never played baseball.
If baseball is about caring, about loyalty and rivalry.
Baerga is 0 for 3. Left center field. Grissom on the run. The team of the 90s has its world championship.
There's a very peaceful thing. It was created and played in pastures and meadows. There's grass, there's outdoors, there's everything that people thought was American and feel about America. You get in a ballpark, and it's the wonder of walking through that dark tunnel and seeing a huge open space where men play the little boy's game.
I believe in the Church of Baseball. I've tried all the major religions and most of the minor ones. I know things. For instance, there are 108 beads in a Catholic rosary, and there are 108 stitches in a baseball. I prefer metaphysics to theology. You see, there's no guilt in baseball, and it's never boring. It's a long season, and you gotta trust it. I've tried them all, I really have, and the only church that truly feeds the soul day in, day out is the Church of Baseball.
Touch them all, Joe. You'll never hit a bigger home run in your life.
A room in right center. If he hits one there, we can dance in the streets. The 2-1. Swung line drive, left field. One run is in. Here comes Brave. Here's the throw to the plate. He is safe. Braves win. Braves win. Braves win. Braves win.
You're in Braves country.
We're down to one strike here. Gurriel, the last hope for the Houston Astros. Here's the 0-2 pitch. Swung on, bounced over to Dansby. Dansby fires it over to first. And here comes the dog pile. Fire the cannons in the battery. Do the chop all throughout Braves country. Pop that top. Your Atlanta Braves have won it all.
Oh, say can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose what stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight. O'er the ramparts we once were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
Play ball on FM, The Key in Noonan, Georgia. Welcome in Braves country. We're going to give you pitch-by-pitch, play-by-play for as long as I can do it here. Some plans changed, and I think I'll be able to get hopefully about halfway through the game, and then I'll just leave the chat up. I hope everyone's doing good on this Sunday-Funday on a 4th of July weekend. Good to see a lot of faces here in the chat that we normally see, and hopefully we can get in a good solid. Like I said, I'm hoping maybe we get 4, maybe even 5 innings. It really depends on how fast they go, and when I get the nod from basically when I get the nod from my manager, my wife, and she, tells me it's time to go to the bullpen, I'm going to have to step out. But anyways, hope everybody can, I'm assuming everybody can see everything. Everybody can hear everything. I didn't set up the way I normally do and do all my mic checks, so I'm hoping everybody can here. I'm assuming they can because I saw the reaction from Goat, so I'm hoping that's what's going on. So we will be ready and set and ready to rock out. Fill in the blank with that. As Braves country baseball. I'm going to go ahead and hit the lineups real quick. Normally we get this already set, and I've got it right in front of me, but I'm doing this on the fly. Leading off for your Miami Marlins, well, not our Miami Marlins, but their Miami Marlins, the road team today. Luis Arias chasing 400. Batting average has gotten down to 388. So it's dipped. So are we getting him in a slump, or is he about to bust out? That's going to be my biggest question. Jorge Soler is batting second, playing right field. Chisholm is the designated hitter, batting third. Cooper, first base, batting fourth. You can see the averages there on the screen. Wendell is the shortstop and batting sixth. Number 7 hitter is Segura, batting seventh. Davis is in center field. That's the big difference. And Stallings is back, so I guess he's okay from his looked like I don't know if it was hamstring tightness or what it was, but Friday night he came out of the game, he was limping down the line. The Atlanta Braves looks pretty much the same. The only big difference is Travis d'Arnaud is in for Murphy, but real quick we'll hit it. You got the Atlanta Braves coming in. Let me make sure I'm not missing the okay, we have not done first pitch yet. That's why I was double checking, make sure I haven't missed that. The Atlanta Braves are going to be sending Ronald Acuna Jr. to the mound today. And let me make sure I've got the actual game pulled up because I want to make sure we're rocking there. Let's see. That is the wrong. I don't know what I've done. Give me 1 second. I'm trying to find the actual ball game itself. It's about ready to start. I do apologize. Normally I'm organized when it comes to this stuff, but today a little different because we're coming in, setting up. Looks like the Braves are going to be wearing their home whites, and of course, this is Spencer Strider Day. And the Marlins will come in with their road grays once again. We'll see Sandy Alcantara. Last couple of times we've seen him, we've been able to get to him, but it's been a slow start. So we'll see how, the name of the game in baseball is obviously the making adjustments. And we'll see how that goes. All right, let me get back to the actual game itself and make sure this thing is ready to roll. The actual game itself, we've got Acuna, Albies, Riley, Olsen. We'll do the numbers as they come to the plate because it's getting close. d'Arnaud, like I said, Ozuna is the designated hitter. Rosario is in left with the righty on the mound. And you got Arcia and Harris pulling up the rear. So there we have that. And I just want to make sure that we've got this thing ready to roll. And it's little difficult doing this on the fly. Normally, I set up usually takes about an hour to set this up the way it should be. We're waiting for that first pitch. It looks like we're just about there, as a little bit of a delay starting the game, but it looks like we're getting close to first pitch. And it's baseball time in Braves country. The first pitch on the way from Spencer Strider. It's a fastball right down the line. Fouls it away. It's 0-1. Right after that, Arias did some weird hippity-hoppity dance. And Strider is kind of looking as like, what is he doing? I think he's trying to indicate that he almost got that, the 0-1 pitch. Swung on, grounded over to first, and Olsen will step on the bag for out number 1. Wanted to see if there might be any kind of smack talk one way or the other as he came by. It was really strange. He took a swing and then he just kind of hopped away like, ooh, I almost got that. I almost got you kind of thing. Well, he got that one, and it was a grounder to first. That'll bring Soler to the plate. Soler batting .245, swing and a miss, strike one, 97 on the black upper edge. Normally, you wait till you actually hit something before you start doing a dance. I guess they're going to start that in Major League Baseball now, where they're going to start insinuating they almost got you. The 0-1 pitch. Swung on and fouled back out of play. It's 0-2. Good thing we got the pitch clock, right? Last thing I want to see in Major League Baseball, them go NBA style, and every time they make a layup, they scream in someone's face and whatnot. It's like, play the game. The 0-2 pitch. Kicks and deals. Swing and a miss. Strike three. Put a K up on the board. Spencer Strider going to work. 2 up, 2 down. Last time Strider went out there against the Marlins, he went 8, struck out 13. Of course, teams always make their adjustments, so we'll see what the adjustments will be. First pitch on the way to Jazz Chisholm is down low. Looked like the slider missing. Nice biting slider, but dived way too low. It's 1-0. Jazz Chisholm, 244 on the year. The wind up the pitch. Just misses low, 2-0. The 2-0 from Strider. Fastball off the plate, 2-1. Or 3-0, excuse me. That was wishful thinking. That ball was way off the plate. 3-0 count from Strider. The wind up the pitch. Swing, and that ball is ripped over to first. Olsen's got it. Strider covering the bag, and he did not get there in time. Chisholm dove and touched the bag with his hand. Someone might want to tell him you're going to get there faster if you run through it, but it looks like he beat out the throw. Olsen probably wishes he had thrown that ball a little more online and not such a loop, but at the same token, I don't know if Strider would have gotten there in time. Strider finally picked up the pace. Oh, that's going to be close. Looking at the replay, depending on I don't think the Braves are going to waste the challenge, but it looks like his foot might have hit the bag just before the glove. Regardless, I don't know if it would have been enough to overturn it from the angle we got. Seeing a different angle on the Marlins TV. First pitch on the way from Cooper is misses up high and wide. It's 1-0. Yeah, it's extremely dumb to slide it first, especially because the way that one was, that play was unfolding as the 1-0 pitch is rocketed foul into the upper deck, out of play. It's evens up the count. But where Strider was running, he could have easily stepped on Chisholm's hand. So it's dangerous for Chisholm. And then, of course, it would also be dangerous for Strider. You could twist an ankle, etc. The 1-1 pitch from Strider. Swing, holds up the swing, but 96 up top. 1-2. Braves nothing, Marlins nothing. The 1-2 from Strider. He'll rock and fire. Swung on that ball's hit hard over to Riley. Riley's got it. A 5-3 putout to end the inning. So almost 3 up and 3 down, 4 up and 3 down. We'll be back in a flash. Braves will grab those bats.
I wanted to see where that was going. The steroids, if we would have left it alone,
Yeah.
dude, we would have had guys the size of McGuire playing second base by now. It would have been awesome. And because they were so roided up, there would have been no defense anyway, so you wouldn't have to worry about these shifts. They'd barely be able to move. It would have been awesome. They should have just left the game alone. But no, we got to worry about everybody's kidney failure and, all that kind of stuff. I feel like that's none of my business.
Armchair.
But I told Pete, hey, we'll get you 3 at-bats. He goes, no, I want them all. I'm like, okay, I'll get you all the at-bats, but I'm going to pick you up for defense in the 9th. He goes, no. And he was telling me a story about how he didn't make the U.S. team as a 17-year-old, and it bothered him. and he's never forgotten it. So he's like, if I ever get a chance to put this back on, you're going to have to rip me off the field. And I'm like, Pete, it's an exhibition game. The Joyce kid from the Angels is throwing a $103. The last thing I need is you getting one in the ribs right here before we go get after this thing. He's like, I got it.
Here's the first pitch to Freddie Freeman. Hit high and deep into center field. It's going back. Zip, boom, bam, it's gone. Rama-lama, ding dong. The Braves lead it 5-4. Freddie Freeman comes through in a big way. He takes Josh Hader deep. The Atlanta Braves lead it 5-4 on the bat of Freddie Freeman. The crowd is going bananas. You're listening to Braves Country Baseball on Braves Country HD. Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. Please hit that like button. We're coming to you on a special pop-up edition. I know we said yesterday it was going to be the Chad as the first pitch on the way to Ronald Acuna Jr. is swung on and fouled back out of play. It's 0-1. Ronald Acuna Jr. batting .333 on the year. The windup, the pitch. Swing, and that ball is rifled into center field. It's going to get down for a base hit. And Acuna Matata is on board with nobody out. And here comes Ozzie Albies. Yesterday, Braves and Acuna and Ozzie went back-to-back jacks. To start the game. So we'll take a 2-run shot here by Ozzie if he can get it going. The first pitch on the way is out of the zone. Acuna takes off. He's still second. The throw is a little close, but Acuna under the tag. Runner on second to get it going. I'm really surprised by this point why Ronald Acuna Jr. does not see more pitch outs. And that was kind of a pitch out, but I mean an actual legitimate pitch out. A fastball outside as hard as you can throw it, quick step it, because he is going. There's a good chance he's going to try to steal third here. The 1-0 pitch. He stays put, swung on and pops it up. Can of corn. Ozzie swung at what was basically a pitch out, almost a pitch out, and there's one away. So 1 down and 1 out, and you got to figure what's going through Acuna's mind right here. Now, Stallings has a pretty good arm. Now, I know the Marlins are aware of it, but they got to be thinking Acuna may try to steal third here with just 1 down. Austin Riley comes to the plate. Austin Riley batting .273 on the year, 15 homers, 43 RBI, and .802 OPS. The wind up the pitch. Taken for a strike. It's 0-1. The 0-1 pitch inside. Calls that for a wide strike. Wow. 0-2. That was in off the plate by a few inches. The 0-2 pitch, swing and a miss, strike 3. Riley down on strikes. He got 3 heaters back to back. Finishing him off with that 97-mile-an-hour fastball. And the opportunity for Acuna to advance, not that he won't try to steal third, but what would be considered a good baseball play is now gone. So it's going to be up to Olsen to get him in. The first pitch on the way, misses high, 99 up top. It's 1-0. Olsen, 249, 28 home runs, 68 RBI, leading the National League, and a 928 OPS. The 1-0 to Olsen, swung on, and that ball is roasted into left field. Acuna's going to try to come around third, and here, no, they're going to put on the brakes. That was a hard hit ball. Wash didn't send him. I thought he would send him, but he did not. I think Acuna might have got a late jump. Ball was hit. He didn't have a very good lead. That probably had something to do with it. Probably a good idea to not send him because he was just hitting the bag at third when the left fielder scooped it up. So that'll bring Travis d'Arnaud to the plate. He's have a couple of days off, so see if he can get one in. The first pitch on the way to Travis misses up top for a ball. It's 1-0. First base umpire, home plate umpire. Yesterday's first base umpire was Jim Wolf. He's behind the plate today. He's been known to have kind of a kooky strike zone. The 1-0 pitch off the plate, 2-0. Braves nothing, Marlins nothing. Bottom of the first inning. Braves lead the league in runs scored in the first inning. The 2-0 pitch swung on and missed. 2-1. They also lead the league in runs scored in the second and eighth inning. One of the ones lower down on the board in the ninth, but as the 2-1 pitch misses down 3-1. A lot of that has to do when you have a very good record, the games you play at home, you do not bat the ninth inning. So that's not always a bad sign. If you're scoring a lot of runs in the ninth, it means you're batting every ninth inning. The 3-1 pitch misses high and inside. Bases are juiced, baby. Let's go. So a good at bat by Travis d'Arnaud. And here comes Marcell Ozuna. Stallings is going to go out there and talk to him. Wouldn't it be sweet for the Bear to get a hold of one here? Marcell Ozuna. By the way, in case y'all missed it, the Rays did lose last night. Braves are tied for the best record in Major League Baseball. And they're actually one loss, now two losses less than the Rays. The Rays have played a few more games. So better winning percentage. First pitch on the way to Marcell is just misses outside. It's 1-0. Slider tried to get him to swing. Marcel's been known to swing at those early pitches, and he has been known to fish for the sliders. Bases loaded, 2 outs, the 1-0 pitch. Inside, did it get him? Just missed him. In fact, Marcel's dusting off his shoulder like it might have touched his jersey. That would be awesome if it would have touched his jersey. Marcell, by the way, 471 lifetime versus Alcantara. Oh, this would be a good time to add to that. The 2-0 pitch. Swing, and it's a grounder over to third. That'll be an easy out. Segura fires it over. That'll end the inning. So, bases loaded, but can't score. We'll be back in a flash.
What did you say to your old teammates at the end there when you were standing in front of the bench?
Take their ass home. Long flight to LA. Take y'all ass home.
Here are some baseball facts that you might not have known. How were blue check marks on Twitter partially caused by Baseball Manager? Hall of Famer Tony La Russa, when he was managing the Cardinals in 2009, a La Russa impersonator posted something on Twitter that made Tony pretty mad. The troll tweeted, "Lost 2 out of 3, but we made it out of Chicago without one drunk driving incident or dead pitcher." The tweet referenced La Russa's DUIs, as well as Darryl Kyle and Josh Hancock, who were 2 Cardinals pitchers who had recently died. The tweet was very offensive, and La Russa, who actually has a law degree, ended up suing Twitter. The case was eventually dropped, but as a result, Twitter introduced verification badges to make sure that the accounts with them were genuine.
It all starts with just one thing. Get to know your local beekeeper. You can make sure they don't use chemicals in the hive, that they only sell surplus honey, plus locally produced honeys have a smaller carbon footprint. Find tips and more at onethingus.com. What's your one thing?
In 1900, the Giants had taken a huge risk and traded their greatest pitcher, Amos Rusi, for a 19-year-old rookie. Rusi had 245 wins behind him, and as it turned out, none ahead of him. The Hoosier Thunderbolt went back to digging ditches in Indiana. The rookie had no major league wins when he joined the team, but he had 373 ahead of him. His name was Christy Mathewson.
Matty was without a peer. He had a greater variety of stuff than any pitcher I ever knew or handled. His fastball was the equal of Walter Johnson or Amos Rusi's. He had the fadeaway down to perfection, and he utilized his knowledge of batsmen with greater effect than any twirler in the game. He possessed wonderful control, remarkable fielding ability, and was one of the finest sportsmen the game has ever known.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. I see the comment, JD. You must be in the state of Florida or Georgia. That is disappointing, but we'll try to paint the picture here for you here on Braves Country. Welcome in, folks. Please hit that like button. We're going to give you pitch by pitch, play by play. If you're just joining us, I'm going to do this as long as I can. We had prior plans that got shifted. I hope to be able to bring you at least the first handful of innings. First pitch on the way from Strider to Sanchez is a strike at the top of the zone. It's 0-1. If you're just joining us, the Braves missed a golden opportunity loading up the bases in the first inning on Sandy Alcantara. The 0-1 pitch misses low. It's 1-1. Four seam to start off Sanchez, who's batting .245, 7 homers, 25 RBI, 767 OPS. The 1-1 in the dirt, swing and a miss. It's 1-2. The 1-2 pitch in the dirt, 2-2. So a 2-2 count. Lets it fly. Swing and fouls it down the line. 99 miles an hour. Do it again at 2-2. The 2-2 pitch. Kicks and fires. Swung on. Grounded it into between the 4-6 hole. And it's a leadoff single for the Marlins. Jesus Sanchez got in front of that fastball and just ripped it in between second and short. So 1 on, nobody out. Wendell come to the plate. Wendell batting .281 with 1 home run, 8 RBI, 711 OPS. The 0-1 from Strider lets it loose. Swing and a miss. Strike 2. Starts him with the 4-seam and then got him out in front on that one. Looked like the changeup. He went 96 and 87 on the outer edge, but both in about the same area. So we'll see where he goes now. Normally with the lefties, he likes to fade that slider inside towards the end. The 0-2 pitch. Swung on, grounded over to second. Ozzy's got it, flips it over to Arcia, and that'll be the only play they can make. 6-4 put out. So Wendell will hang out at first. Sanchez will hang out on the bench. And there's 1 down. And that'll bring Segura to the plate. Segura batting .198 on the year. 2 homers, 14 RBI, a .514 OPS. First pitch on the way is swung on and rifled foul towards the first base dugout. It's 0-1. Segura, we've seen him quite a bit over the years. The Marlins, and of course before that with the Phillies. He's 33 years old now, from the Dominican Republic. Originally started out in Seattle and Arizona. The 0-1 pitch swung on, and that ball is going to get under the glove of a diving Matt Olson at first base. A hard hopper. Wendell goes first to third. And Strider in a little bit of a jam here. Runners on the corners. 1 out. And Jacob Stallings coming to the plate. I'm sorry, not Jacob Stallings. Davis is coming to the plate. Jonathan Davis, batting .259 on the year, 2 home runs, 9 RBI. We saw him fill in the Friday night series defensively, but this is his first at bat in this series. First pitch on the way to the center fielder is high and out of the zone. 1-0. Fastball way out of the zone. Little over eye high. Davis, 31 years old. The 1-0 pitch swung on, grounded up the middle, and Arceus got it, steps on the pillow, and a wide throw is going to miss the bag. It'll be a fielder's choice and an RBI. Marlins lead at 1-0. Arcia really didn't have much of a chance of making that play. He was just gunning it because it was the only way to prevent. I said Arcia. I meant Albies, excuse me. Albies backhanded it and then ran up the middle. As he touched the bag, his momentum was taking him towards the pitcher's mound. Tried to throw it over to first, but a fast runner got the run. First pitch on the way to Stallings is a bunt single. How about that? Jacob Stallings, the hind catcher who came out limping Friday night. No one saw that coming. He drops a bunt down. He wanted no part of Spencer Strider. Just trying to get on any way he could. And Strider backhanded it and threw off his back foot wide of the bag. We'll see how I think they'll probably give that a base hit. They do. So runners on first and second, 2 out. If he lets it go and Riley's gets the ball heading towards the bag, there's probably a better chance he gets the out. But I don't know if it would have made a bunch of difference because Riley was playing back on a catcher. The first pitch on the way to Arias, that ball's getting ripped into the gap, and that'll get down for a base hit. At least one run will score. It's 2-0 Miami. Stallings coming around, and he'll put the brakes on, and it is a 2-out double, RBI double. Tried to sneak that slider in there, and he just put that on a plate for Arias. A little surprised that he went. These are the kind of things that drive you nuts because it's like they try to get too cute. Arias was not catching up to his fastball that first at bat. So why speed up his bat and let the slider get in there? So it's 2-0. That's the bad news. The good news is the Braves have a long way to go and have scored a boat ton of runs in this series. Holy cow. Ball goes flying back to the backstop. Strider nowhere near the glove. But thankfully, you got a catcher standing at third, and he appears to be out of breath as it is. He wasn't going anywhere. He was going to have to get balked in to score on that play. So runners stay on second and third. There's 2 outs. Soler and then Jazz Chisholm. First pitch on the way to Soler is high and inside. It's 2-0. 97 miles an hour. Jorge Soler, 0 for 1, struck out his first time up. Now the cards are in his favor. The 2-0 pitch. Spencer lets it go. Swing, and that ball is hit high, but not very deep. Underneath it is Money Mike, and what could have been a disastrous inning, the Marlins get 2. We'll be back in a flash to grab the bats here in Braves Country.
Billy, how come your socks aren't the same color?
I don't know, Brandy. How come your kids don't have the same last name?
Today we're going to talk about crazy stats. Warren Spahn, in his career, had 363 wins, 356 with the Braves, 4 with the Mets, and 3 with the Giants. Batting, he had 363 hits, 356 with the Braves, 4 with the Mets, and 3 with the Giants. How about the playoffs? He had 4 playoff wins, and you guessed it, 4 playoff hits.
You get a whole lot of something with Farmers Policy Perks. So much, I'm going to have to speed things up. You can get the Farmers Signal app, and that could get you up to 15% off your auto policy. That's just for using the app and driving like the normal speed limited hearing, full stop, making lane change, signaling human being you are. Get a whole lot of something with Farmers Policy Perks. Start with a quote by calling 1-800-FARMERS.
Braves Country today. We're talking Southern sports. We go live 3 to 5 weekdays all over Braves Country. Talking college football, the NFL, Major League Baseball, and what's trending in the world of sports. Braves Country today. We go live 3 to 5 weekdays.
But for all Johnson's skill and speed, there was one hitter whom he could not seem to intimidate. A young Georgian playing for Detroit, who soon found a way to get hits off Johnson. Walter Johnson was a kindly man, the Georgian explained, and never really wanted to hurt anybody.
It was useless to try for more than a single off Johnson. You had to poke and try to meet the ball. If you swung, you were dead. After he told me he was afraid he might kill a hitter, I used to cheat. I'd crowd the plate till I was actually sticking my toes on it, knowing he'd be so timid that he'd pitch me wide. Then with 2 balls and no strikes, he'd ease one up to get it one over. That's the Johnson pitch I hit. Ty Cobb.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. Hope you're enjoying your 4th of July weekend. Could please smash that like button. We are here 4 to 6 times a week giving you Braves Country Baseball. Usually do not do the play-by-play on Sundays. Normally have the chat, but today was a pop-up. Had an opportunity to at least give you the first part of the game. We'll see how it goes. First pitch on the way to Rosario is high and outside, 98 miles an hour. It's 1-0. Braves had opportunity for themselves in the first inning. They loaded the bases, but could not come through. The 1-0 pitch off the plate wide, 2-0. Braves trail 2-0. Braves have scored 23 runs in this series so far, so don't give up this early. The 2-0 pitch taps it off the plate, 2-1. Things you never saw when you were a kid growing up. They just panned into the dugout, and everybody's on their iPad checking out the previous at bat. Pitch on the way from Alcantara. Fastball swing and a miss, outer edge. It's 2-2. The 2-2 lets it fly. Swing and taps it off the plate. We'll do it again at 2-2. Alcantara, when we have gotten to him, it's usually been second and third time through the lineup. He normally pitches pretty well against the Braves to start the game. The 2-2 pitch swung on, and Eddie just rolls that over towards first. Cooper's going to step on the bag. There's one away. Philadelphia leads Washington 3-0. No surprise there. Williams is on the mound for Washington today. The Nationals have handled him. He's actually pitched pretty well this season for the Nationals, but the Phillies tend to handle Williams. First pitch on the way to Arcia is right there for a strike. Fastball right there at the knees. It's 0-1. The 0-1 pitch. Swing and knocks it foul out of play over the first base dugout. It's 0-2. We are back tomorrow night with full pitch-by-pitch, play-by-play, the Cleveland Guardians series. begins. 7:10 first pitch. The 0-2 high and out of the zone, 1-2. Pregame will come on about 6:30. We do have Braves Country today live 3 to 5 every weekday, and that will be going on tomorrow, and it will be on the 4th of July. The 1-2 is rifle back foul. 1-2 once again. Now, the bad news is the Braves have not scored. The good news is Alcantara has thrown 27 pitches, so the Braves are at least making him work a little. Love to see that number get up a little higher before we leave this inning. The 1-2 pitch. High and inside. Close shave. Arcia can throw all of his Bics away because that thing took a few hairs off his chin. The 2-2 pitch. See if they go outside now. That might have been just to dust them off. The 2-2 on the way. Swing and fouls it back. 98 up top. 2-2. So they were trying to get him up top, either to pop it up or to swing under it. Arcia can hit the high fastball that if they lay it in there too many times, he'll get it. The 2-2 pitch off the plate wide, 3-2. So a good job by Arcia to at least run the count full. We'll see if Orlando can handle this payoff pitch and get something going here for the Braves. The wind up, the pitch, swing, and that ball is rifled, just foul down the left field line. He was on that one. 98 sinker towards the hands. He just could not keep it straight. The 3-2 pitch. Sandy flips it up there. Swing, and that ball is hit high and deep. Going back on the track. Zip, boom, bam, it's gone. Ramalama, ding dong, a solo blast. And Orlando Arcia, who has been absolutely struggling at the plate, gets the Braves on the board. Cuts the lead in half. It's 2-1. I mentioned it. They kept trying to go up with the high heat, and he can hit that high fastball. That one got just a little low, just low enough. It's like the old 61 movie. Was that a high fastball? Wasn't high enough, wasn't fast enough. First pitch on the way to Harris is just off the plate wide. And they called that a strike. It's 0-1. Clipped the edge, but home plate umpire Wolf didn't make much of a motion. The 0-1 pitch down below the knees, 1-1. So he's gone change up to Harris, trying to get him to swing out in front. The 1-1 swing, and that ball is popped up out of play. Foul ball, 1-2. Harris batting .267, 7 home runs, 22 RBI, a .735 OPS. The 1-2. Way outside wide, 2-2. 99 up top. Braves come into today 8 games in front of the Miami Marlins, who are second in the division. The 2-2 pitch, swing and a miss, strike 3. Got him on the outer edge, 99. There's 2 away. $11 in front of the Phillies. About 3 weeks in front of the Mets and the Nationals. So back to the top of the order, and Acuna comes to the plate. He's 1 for 1. The first pitch off the plate, just wide and low. 1-0. Sinker misses. The pitch track there on the scene doesn't really do it justice. It was a little farther off the plate. The 1-0 pitch swung on and banged foul. 1-1. Mets, by the way, they are the Sunday night game. I bet ESPN is regretting that decision. Mets and Giants are the Sunday night game. The 1-1. Just clipped the edge. 2-1. They should be updating their Sunday night baseball as the 2-2 pitch is swung on and popped foul back. 1-2. They should be updating their Sunday night baseball schedule that they're able to flex after the All-Star break. When the Braves play on Sunday night, we do bring you that game. The 1-2 pitch. Swing and fouled away. Do it again at 1-2. It's a long-standing tradition we've done. Is that if it's an ESPN game, that we'll do it because we had so many folks asking us to do it so they didn't have to hear A-Rod. The 1-2 pitch swung on and bang foul down the third base line. We'll do it again at 1-2. I don't know. Are they still doing the that Michael K and A-Rod chat that they do on Sunday Night Baseball? The 1-2 pitch in the dirt, 2-2. Yeah, I agree. I was playing with it a little bit. The problem with this tracker in the past has been, I think we've got it under control, is that it moves up and down during the breaks. The 2-2 pitch, swing and a miss, strike 3, 100 miles an hour past Acuna, and that will end the inning. But not before your Atlanta Braves cut the lead in half. It's 2-1. We head to the third.
You ever gonna sleep with Amy?
That's awfully personal.
We don't ask things like that. Maybe you don't. I do. What's the deal?
Well, word around the university is I'm giving her sex organs a proper jostling. Here are some baseball facts that you might not have known. John Lester will be remembered as a very intense, consistent pitcher. He was so consistent that in 241 starts for the Red Sox, he had a 3.64 ERA, and in 171 starts with the Cubs, he also had a 3.64 ERA. In 1995, a contest was held to name a future Arizona baseball team. The name Diamondbacks won, but there were some other choices. The Arizona Diamondbacks were almost the Rattlers, Scorpions, Phoenixes, or Coyotes.
You're listening to Braves Country Baseball on Braves Country HD. Please like and subscribe today, youtube.com/@BravesCountry.
Baseball is thought of as this game of geometry, the game of geometry. It's perfect. It's 90 feet, it's 60 feet, it's this, it's that. Everything's perfect, right angles, everything's all that. And then it has the strictest rules, and it has the strictest history, everything interpreted. And kids play it all over the place with 2 bases, 1 base, with a car parked in the middle of where they're playing. They play it in the street. We played it in the hollow, used trees for bases. We call it the hollow, where I lived in Lexington, Virginia. We had a wonderful baseball game. You can improvise baseball in a living room. You can improvise baseball on a New York street, and people do every day. You can play it in a pasture. You can play it on the side of a hill. You can play baseball anywhere.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. You got you a cold one and an armchair, or maybe a flotation device as you're bouncing around the pool listening to the game. Braves trailed just 2-1 now after the home run by Arcia. Jazz Chisholm, Cooper, and Sanchez due up. Righty-lefty matchup. The first pitch on the way is wide, strike 1. It's 0-1 fastball. That pitch is way off the edge. The 0-1 delivery. Swing and rifled foul and out of play. 0-2. If he's going to give you that edge, you've got to use it all game long, Spencer. I mean, that was a Levon Hernandez 97 type of strike. The 0-2 pitch on the way. High and out of the zone, 1-2. Spencer Strider, by the way, pretty manageable so far, 34 pitches. So he's given up the runs, but his pitch count is not as high. The 1-2 pitch dribbled off the plate. Foul. We'll do it again at 1-2. Looks like the Nationals are trying to threaten the Phillies. They trail 3-0 in the third, but Suarez has put 2 runners on. The 1-2 pitch. Strider lets it go. Swing and a miss. Strike 3. 97 just off the black, and Jazz is shaking his head, hitting the dugout. I guarantee one of the things he's saying is, well, I have to swing at it because he's calling it a strike. So that'll bring up Garrett Cooper. Garrett Cooper comes to the plate. He's 0 for 1, and the first pitch on the way misses. It's 1-0. Cooper is grounded out in the first. He does have 10 home runs. He's gotten some big hits on the Braves over the years. So not someone you can take lightly in the order. The 1-0 from Strider. Swing and a miss. 97 up top. 1-1. The 1-1 from Spencer. Swung on and running in from right field. Here comes Acuna. He'll make the catch at the shoe tops. There's 2 away. When he first hit the ball, I thought it was going to give a little bit of a ride, and it started dying like a quail. And Acuna I hope everyone realizes how lucky we are to watch that guy every day in Braves country. The first pitch on the way is swung on and fouled back. 96 from number 99. It's 0-1. The 0-1 pitch. 97 just clips the zone. 0-2. Sanchez doesn't like it, but he's calling that wide strike, so Marlins and Braves batters are going to have to be aware of that. I believe, yep, I am correct. The Nationals just hit a home run. They lead 4-3 over Philadelphia. I don't know if that was a grand slam or not, but it was 3-0, and now all of a sudden it's 4-3. So I'm assuming it was a grand slam, but there was at least a few ducks on the pond. The 1-2 pitch. Swing just got a piece of that one. May not be happy that he did because it fouled off and hit him right there on the inner thigh. Do again at 1-2. So 2 down, 1-2 count. Sanchez using his timeout. He's back in. Strider's back in. The 44th pitch of the afternoon. Swing and a miss. Strike 3. So 2 Ks in the inning. We'll be back in a flash here on Braves Country.
Shut up, Frank! Shut up! Let's go! Christ, I've been sitting here for 9 innings with you! They're the best team in the National League! Oh, they lose 1 game! They've lost 5! They've lost 5 out of the last 6! They're falling apart! The Braves never lose!
Armchair.
1 pitch away from a pitcher's absolute nirvana. A perfect game. Dennis Martinez ready, and the 1-2 pitch popped in the air to center field. Going deep on it is Marcus Grissom. He's got it on the track. Dennis Martinez being mobbed by his teammates on this 28th of July, 1991. Dennis Martinez has reached the ultimate, a perfect game against the Los Angeles Dodgers. Nothing scratchy, nothing fluky. It was a masterpiece.
The proposition to throw the World Series was first brought to me in New York City in front of the Ansonia Hotel.
Chick Gandil came to me and said he wanted a conference. He asked me if anybody had approached me on the 1919 World Series with the purpose of fixing. I told him not yet. He asked me if it was fixed, would I be willing to get in and go through with it? I told him I would refuse to answer. Right then. Lefty Williams.
Gandil recruited 6 teammates. Pitcher Claude Lefty Williams. Outfielder Oscar Happy Felch. Third baseman Buck Weaver. Shortstop Swede Risberg. Right-handed pitcher Eddie Cicotti. And the idol of schoolboys all over the Midwest, Joseph Jefferson Jackson.
You're listening to Braves Country Baseball on Braves Country HD. Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. Your Atlanta Braves trailing now just 2-1. Sandy Alcantara goes back to work. The first pitch on the way to Ozzie is a swing and a miss strike. It's 0-1. Ozzie 0 for 1. He popped out his last time up. The 0-1 pitch to Oz. Swing and fouled out of play. 0-2. Notice teams more and more are trying to pitch Ozzie outside, trying to get him to pop it up. As long as he continues to try to pull everything, I don't think that's going to change. The 0-2 pitch off the plate wide. 1-2. It's a little different when he's on the right-hand side. They appear to try to jam him. The 1-2 pitch. Swing and pulls it foul. Do it again at 1-2. He's got that open stance. A lot of guys with the open stance, they lift that leg and kind of go with where the ball is, but the way he times it, it's usually hitting the ground about the time the ball comes in. The 1-2 misses 2-2. I don't know if it's anything that he could ever correct, but that's what it looks like. Most of them are what the strategy is. The 2-2 pitch, outside wide, 100 miles an hour from Alcantara once again. Full count to Ozzie. So Ozzie, ready for the payoff pitch. He's going to go ahead and use his timeout. Ozzie with 15 home runs. I was looking at the upcoming schedule, the 3-2 pitch swing and fouls it away again. Full count. As of right now, there are no ESPN games scheduled for the second half of the season, but they have not updated this, so we'll have to see if that changes after the All-Star break. The 3-2 pitch swing, and that ball's lifted high and deep into center field. Making the catch on the track at the wall is Davis for out number 1. He gave that ball a ride. Davis was able to track it down. Pretty hard hit ball by Oz. So 1 down, and that'll bring Riley to the plate. The first pitch on the way to Riley is called a strike on the edge. It's 0-1. The 0-1 pitch. Swing and a miss. Strike 2. Alcantara has been living on the outside of the plate with the right-handers. Then tries to go back inside. The 0-2 pitch. Swing and a miss. Strike 3, and Riley down on 3 pitches. So Alcantara, who had somewhat of a high pitch count coming in, gets 2 fairly quick outs. And that'll bring Matt Olson to the plate. Matt Olson's 1 for 1 with the single. The first pitch, swing and grounded over to second. That's going to be an easy out. 4-3 putout. So a quick inning for Alcantara. We'll be back in a flash heading to the fourth.
I just remember, like, in 1998 when the internet blew up and everyone was all freaked out about it, and they were like, keep your information off the internet. And we were like, yeah, for sure. And, like, now a stranger can literally just pull up to us in an alley and roll down the window, say our name, and we're like, oh, thank God. Can you take me to where I live?
Pete Schneider was a pitcher for the Cincinnati Reds from 1914 to 1918. On May 23rd, 1923, he had one of the greatest nights a baseball player can have. In that game, he was the starting right fielder for Vernon of the Pacific Coast League at Salt Lake City. In his first at-bat in the first inning, he hit a 2-run home run. Vernon batted around in the third, and once again, he would come up to the plate, this time with the bases loaded. With one swing, he unloaded them with a grand slam. In just 3 innings, he had 2 home runs and 6 RBIs. In the 4th inning, he again hit a home run, this time a 3-run home run. His next at-bat came in the 6th. He just missed another home run when he hit a double off the very top of the center field wall. In the 7th inning, he hit his 4th home run and 2nd grand slam of the game, raising his home run total to 4 and his RBI total to 13. Vernon would bat around again, and Schneider would come to the plate again in the 7th, this time with the bases empty. He hit another home run. His last at-bat came in the 9th. His last at-bat resulted in a flyout to center field. He ended the game with 5 home runs and 14 RBIs. What a performance. Oh, yeah, and his team ended up winning the game 35-11.
Rothstein was basically a guy who never gambled. You know, he's known as a gambler, and he never gambled on anything in his life, which is why he got very, very wealthy. He only put money ostensibly gambling on things that he knew were a sure thing or that he had covered so well that there was no way that he couldn't make a profit. I don't think he really cared about sports. I think he really did cynically feel like, well, these guys are schmucks. They're going to be old men, and I'm still going to be making money off this game when they just have to pay to get into the stadium.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. Spencer Strider now has 140 pitches. Only John Smoltz in 96, who won the Cy Young that year, recorded that many strikeouts by July. First pitch on the way from Strider is wide and outside. It's 1-0. Joey Wendell 0 for 1, righty-lefty matchup. The wind up to pitch. Misses high, 2-0. Wendell batting .279 on the year with a home run. 706 OPS. The 2-0. Right there on the edge, 96 all the way, 2-1. Once again, if I'm Strider, I'm just living on that edge if I am him. The 2-1 pitch. Swing and a miss, strike 2. Fastball. Misses spot a little bit, but it worked out. Ball goes that fast, it doesn't really matter, does it? The 2-2 pitch. Wendell took his timeout. Now he's ready to get back in the saddle. The windup lets it fly. Swing and a miss, strike 3. That one was in the dirt. Wendell, I don't know what he was asking. I know he wasn't asking, was that a strike? That ball never hit the plate. That ball died right at home plate. I don't know what he was asking. But he'll go grab a seat. Jean Segura will come to the plate. Segura takes the first pitch out wide for a ball. It's 1-0. Yeah, go. We actually did that Morgan Wallen 98 Braves song. We actually did as the 1-0 pitch misses out wide, 2-0. The show on Friday, our live 3 to 5 Braves Country Today show, the second half of that show was based on that as the 2-0 pitch misses up top, 2-1. Went through and ranked the 5 teams, the best 5 teams in the Bobby Cox era that never won it. It's a 2-1 pitch swung on, grounded over to third. Riley's got it, fires it across the diamond, and it's a 5-3 put out for out number 2. We do these from time to time. We call them a 6-pack to go on the Once Upon a Pastime. But basically, if you're going to assume the 95 team's the best because they won the World Series, we ranked 2 through 6, obviously going backwards, 6 through 2. And that was on that list. First pitch on the way. Right there for a strike. It's 0-1. I think what we'll do is I'm going to take that clip and edit it down and just put that out by itself as the 0-1 pitch swung on, and that ball is sent into right field. Ground ball single in between first and second. Braves were playing the shift on Davis. There's 1 on and 2 outs. We'll probably edit that along here in the next few days and send a couple of them out just by themselves, so you don't have to sit through the first part, which is obviously dated now because we're talking, keys to the game. It was already played, but we got a few of those that we did this week. I was giving the guys a week off for 4th of July. First pitch on the way to Stallings is misses high for a ball. It's 1-0. This week we also did one on the steroid era, talking about why did everybody look the other way when it first came out, and then everyone wanted to rake them over the coals once they got busted. The 1-0 pitch missed high, 2-0. Then we did one with looking back on the pioneers of baseball, the ones that never get the glory. Obviously, everyone's a Babe Ruth knows the story of Babe Ruth, but we went through the other guys that kind of built the game on one. Strider turns around and flips it over to first. Davis kind of inching his way towards second, but he's back easily. It's 2-0. We did one on the Negro Leagues. I think I'm forgetting one, but we did 5 of them this week. We did one on the Negro Leagues of the big stars of that game. We're going to do more of those where we're going to talk about the players that nobody knows about. The 2-0 pitch, swing and a miss, 2-1. So I feel like the Babe Ruth and stuff has been done to death. So we're trying to grab guys of the game that built the game that you don't realize, because there was no radio, there was no TV. The 2-1 pitch, swing and a miss, strike 2. No. Darno fired it down to first, and did he get him? Well, that'll end the inning. We'll be back in a flash. Oh, he did get him. I finally saw the second look of it, and he caught the runner off the edge. Davis picked off. We'll be back in a flash to clean that up.
I'm a gigolo. How much do you think I could charge at night?
Here or in Japan?
Forget Japan. How much would you pay?
Oh, I don't know. $1?
I think I'm worth at least $300.
Oh, I don't think so.
For all night.
I know. You're a gigolo.
Yeah, well, you hired me. I'm the victim here.
Did I force you into this life?
Yes. You and every woman like you.
Geico knows there are many reasons why you ride. From the exciting adventure of the daily commute to the peace of mind that Geico always has your back with 24/7 access to claim service and legendary customer service. But Pamela Mund had one reason in particular.
My skin is extremely averse to most fabrics, except for the soft, buttery feeling of leather. Thankfully, I found my clan of leather lovers in the biking community. It's been life-changing.
Geico Motorcycle. 15 minutes could save you 15% or more.
Braves country today. We're talking Southern sports. We go live 3 to 5 weekdays right here on WQEE. Braves country today. Southern sports talk with the voice of Braves country baseball, Mac Magee. Joined every day from sports analysts from all over Braves country, talking college football, the NFL, Major League Baseball, and what's trending in the world of sports. Braves country today. We go live 3 to 5 weekdays right here on WQEE.
Laborers leave the shade and quiet of a shop for the sun and fury of a ball ground. They stand and they exercise for hours. They attest that they mean to be men and not machines. Athletic games carry men back to their days of childhood. There is indeed morally a home base in all of them, as there is literally in baseball.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. So on the second strike of that at bat, Darnode fired the ball down to first to pick off the runner who was way off the bag. First pitch on the way is 98 miles an hour out of the zone, but they said he went around after checking down first base line. It's 0-1. Darnode's asked for time. If you remember Javi Lopez and how he used to do it, it was very Javi Lopez-like. The 0-1 pitch swung on, grounded over to third, and over towards first, a 5-3 put out for out number 1. Braves trail 2-1. If you're talking about Darnode, the D is not silent. The first pitch on the way to Ozuna is a swing and a miss strike. It's 0-1. Darnode is a lot of things, but he's not new to Braves country. The first pitch on the way and down and away, 1-1. The 1-1 pitch, swing and bangs it off the plate. 1-2. It is a lowercase d with a hyphen, very much like the way DeGrom's lowercase is lowercase d. So the 1-2 pitch, Ozuna digs in and takes his 99 over the plate, but a touch high. It's 2-2. Even count to Ozuna. Ozuna came up and grounded out his first time up. The 2-2's down and in, 3-2. At the time, the bases were loaded with 2 outs. Braves missed an opportunity to get to Alcantara early. The 3-2 pitch on the way. Swing and grounds it over to third. It's going to be an easy 5-3 put out for out number 2. Swung over the top of that one, rolled it. Got him on the changeup. They call it a changeup. It still comes in at 92. It's really more of a sinker. But first pitch on the way to Rosario, swung on and rifled foul and out of play. It's 0-1. Alcantara at 66 pitches, so the Braves have really let him off the hook as he got a high pitch count early. The 0-1 misses outside, 1-1. You'd like to see Rosario find a way to battle here and at least extend his pitch count, get him out by around the 6th. The 1-1 pitch, swing and a miss, 100 on the edge, 1-2. The 1-2 pitch, swing and lifts it up, pops it up. It's very shallow into center field, making the catch is Davis. And that'll end the inning. 3 up, 3 down. Marlins come to the plate when we come back.
I feel so bad about lying. How am I going to make it up to him?
I tell you what I do, but I don't think dressing up like a Catholic schoolgirl is going to work.
He probably give you homework.
Today we're going to talk about crazy stats. Lou Gehrig hit his first career home run on September 27th, 1923. He hit his final home run on September 27th, 1938. In total, he hit 5 home runs on September 27th. 2 of those came off of Hall of Famer Lefty Grove in 1931 and 1933.
Braves Country today. We're talking Southern sports. We go live 3 to 5 weekdays right here on WQEE. Braves Country today. Southern sports talk with the voice of Braves Country baseball, Mac Magee. Joined every day from sports analysts from all over Braves Country, talking college football, the NFL, Major League Baseball, and and what's trending in the world of sports. Braves Country Today. We go live 3 to 5 weekdays right here on WQEE.
Though Ty Cobb and the Washington Senators star pitcher Walter Johnson were the decade's greatest players, a host of other stars vied for an adoring public's attention. Tris Speaker was Harry Hooper's teammate, the Boston Red Sox regal center fielder. A former rodeo cowboy whose fans called him the Gray Eagle, he transformed outfield play. He played so shallow that he often recorded unassisted double plays at second base. He threw out a record 35 American League base runners in a single season twice. During a slump in 1910, he was asked by his manager to give up his cherished third spot in the batting order. Like hell I will, he said, and ended the season the Red Sox best hitter.
You're listening to Braves Country Baseball on Braves Country HD. Please like and subscribe today, youtube.com/@Braves Country. Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. The Atlanta Braves trail 2-1, and Spencer Strider will go back to work. Strider, righty-righty matchup facing Stallings, who dropped a bunt single first time up, takes the first pitch, slider down below the knees. It's 1-0. The 1-0 pitch. Fastball misses high, 2-0. Strider, the 2-0 pitch. Swing and fouls it back. It's 2-1. Your score, 2-1 the count. Strider looks into Darno, lets it fly. Fastball on the edge, 2-2. The 2-2 from Strider. He rocks and fires. Fastball misses outside high. So it's a full count. Strider at 64 pitches. The 3-2 pitch swung on and lifted high in the sky into right field. Underneath it is Ronald Acuna Jr. for out number 1. That'll bring Luis Arias, to the plate. Arias, 1 for 2, an RBI double his last time up. The first pitch to Luis, his fastball misses outside the zone, 1-0. Miami 2, Braves 1. The 1-0 pitch off the plate, 2-0. Braves are playing the infield, shaded towards the right. The 2-0 pitch, swing, and rifles it fouling out of play. It's 2-1. 96 miles an hour. Once again, that fastball's blowing right past Arias. Got in trouble with hanging that slider the last time up, speeding up his bat. But he lives on that outside where they're giving him that strike. It's going to be a tough nut to crack. The 2-1 pitch. That one misses outside wide. Slider again, 3-1. Might have been the changeup. The 3-1 pitch from Spencer. They set up outside. Fastball swing and a miss. 3-2. Might have gotten a touch of it, maybe a stitch of that, but it stayed in Darno's glove. The payoff pitch from Strider. Looking in, lets it fly. Swing and rifles it foul out of play. Do it again at 3-2. That pitch was out of the zone. Rias chased it. A fastball on the outer edge. Seems to be the place to go for Strider. We'll see where he goes this time. The 3-2 pitch. Swung on, grounded over to second. And it's a 4-3 put out for the second out. He went to that edge again. This time they tossed the changeup, so his bat went out in front, but didn't get enough of it, like the one inside. And a weak grounder to second sets up 2 outs, and Jorge Soler coming to the plate. Soler 0 for 2. First pitch to him is in the dirt. Slider misses. 1-0. We know Jorge Soler can hit a fastball. Got to make sure to keep that away from his wheelhouse. Soler, bit of an open stance from the right side. The righty-righty matchup. Slider misses. Right there. Hits on the outside. It's 1-1. Blue Jays lead the Red Sox 3-2. The 1-1 pitch. Swung on and lined to third base. Right at Riley, and that'll end the inning. So 3 up, 3 down. Braves will try to get back on the board. It's 2-1 in Atlanta.
Guess what? Lena found out how I got her number.
Really? How'd you do that?
A friend of Susan's.
My Susan?
Why'd you tell her?
You just robbed a house. You have all this great stuff that now belongs to you, but you got this annoying pang of guilt nagging at you. Well, worry no more, because your friends at Cell Block Greeting Cards have the answer for you. Introducing our new line of petty crime thank you cards. Before you smash and grab one of our cards and leave it behind on your next heist. Choose from any of these fine heartfelt cards like,
thank you for the plasma TV.
Or,
thanks for the PlayStation, alcohol, and penny jar.
And,
don't use your toothbrush.
For a limited time, introducing,
I'm still in the house.
And many more sentimental petty crime thank you cards. Available at any back alley, shadowy parking lot, or
Armchair.
To protect his family from disaster, Steve used his camera phone.
Done.
By taking pictures of his important documents, Steve can always have them stored online. Learn more simple disaster prep tips at ready.gov. A message from FEMA and the Ad Council.
Between 1900 and 1910, country boys and immigrant sons and factory workers and streetwise toughs played on thousands of teams in hundreds of leagues from Maine to California. For the first time, big league scouts began to travel the countryside on the lookout for future stars. Sports writers called them ivory hunters. It would be an era that placed a premium on pitching and speed, in which runs were assembled slowly, one base at a time. It would see one pitcher win 41 games in a single season, and the hardest hitting team hit just 16 home runs.
You're listening to Braves Country Baseball on Braves Country HD. Please like and subscribe today, youtube.com/@Braves Country. Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. The first pitch on the way to Orlando Arcia is right there for a strike, and it's 0-1. The 0-1 misses. 1-1. 1-1 pitch on the way from Alcantara is high, 2-1. The 2-1 swing and grounds it foul towards the third base line. 2-2. Two pitch. Righty-righty matchup. Alcantara throws it towards home. It's going to be a dribbler to the mound. Alcantara's got plenty of time. He'll throw to first, and it's a 1-3 put out for out number 1. So that'll bring Michael Harris the second at the plate. Harris first pitch is swung on and fouled back out of play. 98 up top. It's 0-1. The 1-1 way outside wide. Fastball misses. 1-1 delivery to Harris. Swing, and that ball is going to get dropped into left field. And Harris has a one-out single to get things going here in the bottom of the fifth. So Harris will be on, and of course that's something that Alcantara will be paying attention to. Ronald Acuna Jr. comes in. He's 1 for 2. Alcantara flips it over to first. Keep Harris close by. Miami 2, Atlanta 1. Braves trying to go for the sweep here. First pitch on the way to Acuna is down and away. It's 1-0. The 1-0 pitch. They set up outside. Here's the windup fastball, and Harris is on his way to second, and the ball's going to get through. Over the glove of Arias. Harris jumps up, pops up, runs to third, and it's a stolen base and an E2 if you're scoring at home. Honestly, not a bad throw. Arias just did not do a very good job of scooping it. He's trying to olay it, try to make the tag. I don't think he would have gotten him. Took kind of a high hop. It might have thought maybe it hit the lip of the grass, but I don't think it did. It just had a lot of spin on it. The 2-0 pitch. Ball's going to go to the backstop, and we are tied. Money Mike comes home. How about that? A stolen base, an error by the catcher sets it up, and then a wild pitch by Alcantara, and the game is tied. Good hustle by Harris. In fact, Stallings slowed the ball down with his glove. And when he did, the ball rolled to the backstop. They had no chance. If he doesn't touch it at all, it probably ricochets back quickly, and Harris stays put. The 3-0 pitch misses ball 4. So Alcantara down 3-0 didn't want any part of putting one in Acuna's wheelhouse. He'll go to work on Ozzie, who's 0 for 2. Stallings going out there to talk to Alcantara. Pitching coach for the Marlins, Stoudemire, is going to jog out there as well. While they do that, we'll go ahead and hit the scoreboard. Real quick around the league, good news in Philadelphia. The Nationals have a 5-3 lead. That game is in the 5th. Giants and Mets are tonight at 7 o'clock. That game can be seen on the 4 letters. Brewers and Pirates. Pirates trail 3-2. That's heading to the 6th inning. Blue Jays over the Red Sox 3-2. That game is in the 5th. Saw a stat yesterday. Evidently, the Blue Jays are, I think 0-6 was the number, but anyways, they haven't beaten the Red Sox this year. A little surprising. Reds lead the Padres 2-0, who just ended their 6-game losing streak. Royals over the Dodgers 1-0, and the Yankees and Cardinals are scoreless. We'll do more in a second. The first pitch on the way. Swung on, and that ball's belted high and deep, going back on the track, just over the right field wall, baby. Hold everything. That whopper just gave us a 2-run lead. 20th home run of the year. 59th RBI. 343 happy feet over the wall. And the Braves lead it 4-2. Ronald Acuna Jr. gives his bestie a hug at home plate. And the rake will be heading to the dish with the Braves with a 2-run lead. Kind of hung that slider in, and that is right in Ozzy's wheelhouse. He's trying to get him to hit him on the outside part of the plate, but he got way too much of the plate, and Ozzy didn't miss it. First pitch on the way to Riley misses inside. It's 1-0. Braves trying to complete this sweep. If they can complete the sweep, they'll have a 9-game lead over the Marlins, which would be phenomenal heading towards the last week before the All-Star break. The 1-0 pitch. Right there for a strike on the outer edge. It's 1-1. Braves will have the full bullpen available if needed. The 1-1. Swing and grounds it foul. 2-1. Standing on deck is the Ice House, Matt Olson. The 1-2 pitch. Swing and a miss. Strike 3. 99 up top shelf. That's got to be a difficult one to handle. And Riley will go back to the bench and curse a little bit under his breath. And here comes Olson. You can't cover the whole part of the plate. That's what makes this game so hard. And he might have been looking inside for something off speed. You get 99 on the black. It's just Katie bar the door. First pitch on the way to Olson is high and inside. It's 1-0. Matt Olson 1 for 2. The 1-0 pitch. Swing and a miss. 99 up top. It's 1-1. Matt Olson in a bit of a slump. He has yet to homer today. The 1-1 pitch. Swing and rifles it foul out of play. It's down the left field line, but no chance to make the play there. The 1-2 pitch. Swing and fouls it back again. 99 slaps it up against the screen back behind home plate quickly, so no chance for Stallings to react anyways. A 1-2 count. Righty-lefty matchup, the 91st of the game. Swung on, just got a stitch or two of that one to keep that alive. Tapped it off the plate. Do it again at 1-2. Only even the Braves taking the lead, but this will probably be Alcantara's last inning. He's really labored in this inning. Braves doing damage here, putting 3 on the board. The 1-2 pitch, outside wide. 2-2. Can't imagine they'll rush him back out there to the 6th inning with giving up 4 and creeping near 100 pitches. The 2-2. Swing and a miss, strike 3. That'll end the inning, but not before your Atlanta Braves put a 3 spot on the board. Crooked numbers. We'll be back in a flash.
So, from now on, no more easygoing, devil-may-care, everybody's best friend dad. I'm cracking down, and I'm cracking down hard. Starting right now, fun time is over.
So where was I for fun time?
Braves country today. We're talking Southern sports. We go live 3 to 5 weekdays right here on WQEE. Braves country today. Southern sports talk with the voice of Braves country baseball, Mac Magee. Joined every day from sports analysts from all over Braves country, talking college football, the NFL, Major League Baseball, and what's trending in the world of sports. Braves country today. We go live 3 to 5 weekdays right here on WQEE.
Wendy's only makes one kind of breakfast, your new favorite one. How do we do it? With fresh cracked eggs, oven-baked bacon, and flaky croissants. You know, the things your old breakfast wasn't doing. So toss that old news and its soggy eggs somewhere useful. and get to Wendy's. A sausage, egg, and Swiss croissant, bacon, egg, and Swiss croissant, and honey butter chicken biscuit. Choose wisely. Choose Wendy's.
His livelihood was taken away after the 1920 season, and with it, really, his life. He lived another 30 years, but not very happily.
Joe Jackson played outlaw baseball in South Georgia for a time, then ran a liquor store in Greenville, South Carolina. Ty Cobb once came in for a fifth of bourbon. Jackson did not seem to recognize his old rival. Cobb finally asked, "Don't you know me, Joe?" "Sure, I know you, Ty," Jackson answered. "I just didn't think anyone I used to know up there wanted to recognize me again."
You're listening to Braves Country Baseball on Braves Country HD. Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. Strider goes back to work, and now he's got a 2-run lead. First pitch on the way from Strider to Jazz Chisholm. Heart of the order for the Marlins. It is a misses outside for a ball, 1-0. Four-seam fastball, the 1-0 pitch. In the dirt, 2-0. Strider looked back. I don't know if he lost his grip or what happened there. Ball about a 45, 52-foot pitch. The 2-0 pitch. Swing and fouls it out of play. It's 2-1. You said Ramirez stole home. Goat, was that today? So a 2-1 count to Chisholm. By the way, to finish up that scoreboard, Astros trail the Rangers 1-0 in the third. The 2-1 pitch, swing and a miss, 2-2. Looked like the slider down low. And Orioles outlasted the Twins 2-1. Sonny Gray was on the mound for Minnesota. They had a 1-0 lead going to the bottom of the 8th inning, and the bullpen for Minnesota spit the bit. The 2-2 pitch on the way. Swing and a miss. 98, blew it right by him. Strike 3. Okay. Oh, yeah, I did see that one. I was hoping you're talking about today. He's on my Dynasty Fantasy team. Blew it right by him. First pitch on the way to Cooper. Swung on and fouled down the line. It's 0-1. I drive that league nuts because almost every major Brave player is on my team. I scoop them up when they're in the minors and just let them sit. I don't have Soroka because it was a part of a trade to get Matt Olson last year. I traded Freddie Freeman as soon as he signed with the Dodgers. The 0-1 pitch. Swing and a miss. 0-2. Fastball up top. It was like, I don't know. It was within a week or so of Freddie Freeman signing with the Dodgers. I was like, that's it. I've had enough. Don't want this guy on my team. I can't look at that guy all year long. So I got Olsen in the trade. A lot of folks feel like I got screwed in the trade. I don't care. I was not going to have Freddie Freeman on my team. I'm over it now, but at the time, man, that was raw. The 0-2 pitch. Swing and a miss. Strike 3. 2 up, 2 down, and 2 Gays coming to town. Spencer Strider really hitting his stride. Just 83 pitches, by the way. That's his 6th strikeout. If he can get out of this at bat pretty quickly, we should see him for the 7th. Jesus Sanchez, 1 for 2. The wind up and pitch. Swing and a miss. 99 right down Main Street. And it's 0-1. Going into that Cleveland series, we'll talk about this more on the pregame show tomorrow night, but Cleveland's got one of the best pitching staffs in baseball. Their offense so it's going to be very much like playing the Marlins. It is raining, and it is just coming down in buckets in Philadelphia. I don't think anybody was prepared for it. The players are running off the field. I mean, it's coming down in buckets. That is crazy. With today's technology, that doesn't normally happen. The 0-1 pitch, swing and a miss. 0-2. Washington and Philadelphia will be in a rain delay in the 6th. I say they keep everybody safe. Go ahead and call that game and give it to Washington and end it. The 0-2 pitch misses wide, 1-2. Spencer Strider's fastball really getting up there today. 98s and 97s. He even hit 99 twice earlier. The 1-2 from Spencer. Lets it fly. Swing and a miss. Strike 3. He K's the side. We'll be back in a flash to build on a 2-run lead.
Check this out. Did you guys know that Pittsburgh is in Pennsylvania?
Yes.
Yeah. Now think about that. That's crazy. Like 2 cities in one state?
No, that's not crazy.
No, not at all. No. All right. I don't think you understand. There's 2 cities in the same state. Like, how's that even possible?
All states have more than one city.
No. No.
Yes.
There's Philadelphia, Pennsylvania.
Yes.
So that's what Pennsylvania is.
Oh, no.
Oh, so Philadelphia's not Pennsylvania?
No, Philadelphia is in Pennsylvania. What is this man talking about?
Here are some baseball facts that you might not have known. The 1960 World Series was between the Pirates and the Yankees and ended with a walk-off homer by Pirates second baseman Bill Mazeroski. The MVP of that series wasn't Mazeroski, but instead it was Yankees player Bobby Richardson. His 12 RBIs led him to becoming the only World Series MVP who was on the losing team.
It is important to remember in an imperfect and fretful world that we have an institution which is practically above reproach and above criticism. Nobody worth mentioning wants to change its constitution or limit its powers. The government is not asked to inspect it, regulate, suppress, guarantee, or own it. There is no movement afoot that we know of to uplift it, like the stage, or to abolish it, like marriage. No one complains that it is vulgar, like the newspapers, or that it assassinates genius, like the magazines. It rouses no class passions, and while it has magnates, they go unhung with our approval. This once comparatively perfect flower of our sadly defective civilization is, of course, baseball, the only important institution, so far as we remember, which the United States regards with a practically universal approval. Saturday Evening Post.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. So far, so good. This game is moving along. We might get more of this in than I thought we would. Braves lead it 4-2, and we're heading to the bottom of the 6th. For those who might just be joining, I don't think I'll be able to bring you the entire game, but I will leave the chat up if I do have to step away. JT, now I do not know how he pronounces this. I'm guessing it's JT Chargois. That's how it's spelled. Will face d'Arnaud in the first pitch on the way. Hits the outer corner. It's 0-1, 96. We saw him earlier in the series. JT's got a 3.72 ERA. The 0-1 misses inside 1-1. Whether it's Chargois or not, he will be JT going forward. The 1-1 pitch. Lets it go. Swing, and that ball is grounded down the third base line. Just missed extra bases. 1-2. The 1-2 pitch. Right there for a strike. Caught looking, and there's one away. Came in with the slider, and it just froze d'Arnaud. It was either the location or the pitch type. He was not ready for it. So that'll bring up Marcell Ozuna. Ozuna swings at the first pitch, 97, blew it right by him. It's 0-1. Marcell Ozuna .249 average, 16 home runs. The 0-1 pitch misses high, 1-1. He, along with a lot of guys in this lineup, on pace for high numbers. He's on pace for 32 home runs this year. The 1-1 pitch swung on, grounded over to short, and the throw is in the dirt. Good scoop by Cooper for out number 2. Considering how that season started for Ozuna, we get 32 home runs out of him. It's a godsend. That'll bring up Eddie Rosario, another man who's on pace for almost 30. He's on pace for that 28 number. Steps in with 14 home runs on the year. First pitch on the way to Eddie. Called for a wide strike. Fastball 97. Just touched the black. It's 0-1. 83rd game of the year here for the Atlanta Braves. The 0-1 pitch. Swing and a miss. 96. Blew it right by him. 0-2. So 2 fastballs on the outer edge. Both of them same spot. Both of them a strike. See where they go with the 0-2 pitch. Swing and fouls it back. 0-2. Like I was saying earlier with Strider, I don't know why JT would throw a floater in there right into the wheelhouse. The 0-2 pitch, high and out of the zone, 1-2. Sometimes I think these pitchers get too cute, they almost outsmart themselves. See a guy can't catch up with a ball, with the pitch that you have, just send it. The 1-2 pitch swung on, grounded over towards short, over the top of it. And that'll end the inning. 3 up, 3 down. Good inning by JT. We'll be back in a flash. Strider's going back out to the mound.
What are you putting on makeup? When you find the pumps to match your skirt. Get out in the gym, start warming up. Let's go.
Here are some baseball facts that you might not have known. Kevin Youkilis is known for having a very interesting batting stance. He's also known for working a lot of walks and having a great mindset at the plate. Over his 10-year career, he had 297 plate appearances that went to a 3-0 count, and every single time, he didn't swing the bat. Francisco Liriano, in 2012, he signed a deal with the Pirates, but the contract was quickly voided. This is because he broke his arm trying to scare his kids on Christmas, but the deal went through a few months later.
Armchair.
John McGraw's New York Giants had never really recovered from the Merkle boner, the base-running error that cost them the pennant in 1908. Though they remained a perennial National League power with superb pitchers like Christy Mathewson and Rube Marquard, and won the pennant in 1911, they couldn't seem to win a World Series. Then, in 1912, after dominating the league throughout the season, they faced one of the greatest of all Boston Red Sox teams in the World Series. The Red Sox had won 105 games, an American League record, and their intimidating lineup included Harry Hooper, Tris Speaker, and a dazzling fastball pitcher named Smokey Joe Wood.
Smokey Joe Wood was a pitcher who, though not remembered nearly as well as Walter Johnson, was at his peak his equal, and such that in the 1912 season they both had these extraordinary streaks of winning 16 consecutive games. When he was at his prime, it was Walter Johnson who said of him, "There's no man alive throws as hard as Smokey Joe Wood."
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. Please smash that like. If you're a baseball fan, we're here 4 to 6 times a week. Subscribe today. The first pitch on the way from Strider's going back out there for inning number 7. Misses high. And out of the zone, it's 1-0. Strider, 6 innings, 7 strikeouts so far, no walks. The 1-0 pitch. Swing and grounded, just foul the first base bag. 1-1. That's the most impressive thing. When a guy has high strikeout number, there's usually a walk or two sprinkled in by now. The 1-1 pitch just misses high, 2-1. Yeah, if Acuna steals home, that will be everywhere in the highlights the next day. The 2-1 pitch. Swing and fouls it down the line, 2-2. A little surprised he hasn't at least attempted it yet. You get him a good slow left-handed delivery to home plate with a right-handed batter where the catcher can't really get a good eye. The 2-2. Swung on and bang foul down back behind the backstop. Do it again at 2-2. Top of the 7th inning. The 2-2. Fastball. Got him. Strike 3. He got caught watching the paint dry. It said something very non-family friendly to a home plate umpire. Jim Wolf. He's had a wide strike zone all day. And honestly, of all the pitches he's called as a wide strike, that's about the closest. That one just missed the paint. That'll bring Jean Segura to the plate. Segura comes in and misses the first pitch misses up high. Got tongue-tied there. It's 1-0. 8 Ks on the day for Strider. The 1-0. Right there at a strike. 1-1. One away from his magic number 9 that we usually look for. All he has to do is strike out the side here to get an even 10, right? The left-hander and the right-hander is the 1-1 pitch fouled down the line out of play. It's 1-2. Warming up in the bullpen, Ben Heller and A.J. Minter both warming up in the Braves pen. It's interesting to watch how Heller has really been, how he's really well thought of in that Braves brass, to have him warming up in the 7th with the 2-run game, the 1-2 pitch. Swing and a miss, strike 3. Number 9. Engine number 9 pulling down the station, and there's 2 away. How about that? That was a nasty slider. That's one of his better sliders, and when he can get his slider to do that, and you saw him pump his fist, that's when his slider is working to me, because it almost works as like a sharp cutter. First pitch on the way to Davis is in the dirt for a ball. It's 1-0. When he's ahead in the count and he throws that type of slider where it's coming in a little hotter and less of an actual, as the 1-0 pitch is in the dirt, 2-0. When it's got that kind of bite bending away from a right hander, that's got to be impossible to lay off of. You got 2 strikes on you, you got to swing at that. The 2-0 pitch. Hey, we see Tim in there. Good to see Tim and everybody else. Terry. The 2-0 pitch just misses, 3-0. That one looked like it hit the inside part of the plate, but he's giving the outside today, not so much the inside. The 3-0. Rocks and fires. Fastball right down Main Street. It's 3-1. Good to see everyone in the chat. Brian and Goat, Terry, Tim, Judah, John, JJ. The 3-1 pitch. Swing and grounds it up the middle. That should have been an easy 4-3 put out, but it's going to be an E4. Ozzie Albies just simply dropped the ball. Ball popped out of his glove. Washes, staring him down. And Ozzie knows he let the team down there. Hopefully Strider can pick him up. An easy play, and it just popped out of his hand. He was transferring it from his glove to his hand. Nothing there that you would say, well, he was doing this wrong, doing that wrong. He's just human. So hopefully he can pick up the error. First pitch on the way to Stallings is a fastball. Just misses high. It's 1-0. Jacob Stallings 1 for 2. Strider looks in. Fastball misses wide, 2-0. You got to figure this would be his last batter. Come hell or high water. He's at 104 pitches. And with the tying run at the plate, as the 2-0 pitches swing and foul back, it's 2-1. If Stallings kept the inning going, the league leader in base hit batting average, Arias, is standing on deck. The 2-1 pitch. Righty-righty matchup. He lets it go. Swing and fouls it back. 97 up top. Man, Stallings is trying to hit a 6-run home run. He is going all in on those swings. So he's got two strikes on him now. So now we don't have to worry about the infield bunt single from the hind catcher, the injured hind catcher, like we did beginning of the game if you're just joining us. Deuces are wild in Atlanta. 4-2 with a 2-run lead. There's 2 outs, a 2-2 count. The tying run at the plate. Strider looks in, lets it fly. Just misses, 3-2. So now the runner will be off and going. Didn't give him the outer edge on that one. He's been given the outside edge, but that one he called, honestly, I feel like he's giving it more to the against left-handers than righties. The 3-2 pitch, swing, and fouls it out of play. Do it again. Strider might want to think about making an offering over to first. Davis, who already got picked off by Darnode, he was off and running pretty quickly on that one. The 3-2 pitch. Runner goes. Ball 4. 98 miles an hour. Well out of the zone. We'll see. I would think that'll be it. He's at 109 pitches. Yep, here comes Snicker. We'll be back in a flash with Arias coming to the plate. I would think it's Minter. We'll be back in just a second.
Gas prices are so high that I just saw Dolly Parton carpooling with Jolene.
Here are some baseball facts you might not have known. At Fenway Park, which is the home of the Boston Red Sox, there is a lone red seat in the right field bleachers. The seat signifies the longest home run ever hit in the ballpark. The home run was hit by Ted Williams in 1946 and was officially measured at 502 feet.
Enjoy sun-drenched days, epic stays, and plenty of room to roam in Greater Fort Lauderdale. Our hotels, attractions, and restaurants have taken the Visit Lauderdale's Safe and Clean pledge so you can relax and explore with confidence. When you're ready for that well-deserved staycation, our 23 miles of golden beaches await. Find wide-open spaces to hike, bike, kayak, and paddleboard. Visit your favorite attractions, then dine out in style in dining rooms or al fresco on waterfront patios. Learn more at sunny.org.
I've made more money than I ever expected to, but I'm putting all of it, and more, too, into the new plant for the Brooklyn fans. Of course, it's one thing to have a fine ball club and win a pennant, but to my mind, there's something more important than that about a ball club. I believe the fans should be taken care of. A club should provide a suitable home for its patrons. This home should be in a location that's healthy, it should be safe, and it should be convenient. Charles Hercules Ebbets.
My father used to talk about the building of Ebbets Field. He was 11 years old when they started building Ebbets Field, and he somehow remembered what the hopes were for that whole area of Brooklyn, because he lived right near there, that they would have their own stadium nearby. And he said he used to go by every day and watch another piece of it being put together. So when he first took me there, it was like showing me something that was part of his own history, not just a stadium somewhere else.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. will be A.J. Minter coming in to the fold. So a big moment here as the Braves lead by only 2. There are 2 outs, but you got the league leader in batting average up to the plate and Jorge Soler on deck. A.J. Minter looks in. The southpaw lets it go. Swing, and that ball is rifled foul and out of play. Went with the cutter up top. It's 0-1. Nick Fortes is the pinch runner for Stallings. So he'll stay in the game to be behind the plate. The 0-1 pitch. Lets it go. Swung on, and that ball is lifted into left field. It's going to get down for a base hit, and it's an RBI single. And Rosario threw behind the runner trying to catch him napping. Got back in time, almost threw that ball away. Good play by Ozzie Albies. So the run comes in. But that'll be an unearned run, excuse me. So he reached via the air, and they should all be unearned going forward because the inning should have been over. First pitch on the way to Soler is a strike on the outer edge. It's 0-1. He doesn't like it. Fastball right there, just kissed the black. The 0-1 pitch. Right there at the knees. Well, they gave him one back. 1-1. So I guess his complaining worked with Wolf. You got a 1-1 count. The wind up the pitch. Swing and fouls it down the line. 97 outer edge. It's 1-2. Braves 4, Marlins 3. Looks like Soler had to change his equipment up a little bit, but he's back. He's 3 for 6 versus AJ. That's why it was kind of a dicey situation to go to the lefty in that situation. See if he can come through. The 1-2 pitch from AJ. Straightens up and lets it fly. Way outside wide, 2-2. So a 2-2 count. Runners on first and second, 2 outs. Deuces are wild in Atlanta. AJ lifts his glove, kicks the leg, swing, and fouls it back. Do it again. It's 2-2. Soler was aiming for downtown Atlanta on that one. The 2-2 pitch. Winds up and lets it go. Way swing and fouls it. Excuse me. Fouls it back. We'll do it again. Olsen gave chase, but didn't really have much of a chance. The ball dropped quickly in the right field, shallow right field, deep first base area of the foul territory. Big moment here, 2-2 count. Minter straightens up, lifts the glove and lets it go. Off the plate wide. Did he go around? I think home plate umpire Wolf says that he did. That's strike 3. Got him. And the Braves cling to a 1-run lead. Woo! Get out of Dodge. We'll be back in a flash. Let's get some runs. Can we get some run support here?
All right. I can't see you. Let me hear you. A 1, a 2, a 3.
Casey was based
baseball mad, had the fever and had it bad. Just to root for the hometown crew every stew. Katie Blue. On a Saturday, her young beau called to see if she'd like to go to see a show, but Miss Kate said no. I'll tell you what you can do.
Take me out to the ball game. Take me out with the crowd. Buy me some peanuts and cracker jacks. I don't care if I ever get back. Let me root for the home team. If they don't win, it's a shame. For it's 1, 2, 3, stretch you out and be home all game.
Casey saw all the game, knew the players by their first name, told the umpire he was wrong all along, good and strong. When the score was just 2-2, Casey knew what to do. Just to cheer up the boys he knew, he made the gang sing this song.
Take me out to the ball game. Come on. Take me out with the crowd. I need a peanut and cracker jack. I don't care if I never get back. Root for the home team. If they don't win, it's a shame. For it's 1, 2, 3,
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. The Atlanta Braves all knotted up. 4-3 lead. The Braves will grab the bats. It looks like JT's going to go back to work. It's going to be Orlando Arcia, Michael Harris II, and Acuna due up in this inning. Hopefully they can get some runs. Give the breather to the bullpen. It'll be interesting to see if they'll go back to Minter to start the inning. I would think they would with Jazz Chisholm due up. And then they'll probably, I would think they would move him out after that because Cooper would be due up after that. A one-run game. We haven't had many of these recently with the Braves just playing absolute outstanding baseball. This is how the rest of the world lives. Nail biter. Hey, welcome in, Lion King. Long time no see. Dylan Floro will be in instead. So there will be a pitching change. Floro, 4.26 ERA, 3-4 on the year. We've seen him a few times this year. Used to be the closer for the Marlins. AJ Puck has taken over those duties. For University of Florida fans, you'll remember Puck from his college baseball days. A tough left-hander. The Braves have yet to see because the Marlins have yet to get that deep in the game with the lead. First pitch on the way to Arcia is a swing and a miss strike. It's 0-1. Braves could see him in the 8th inning if they're just trying to get him some work. The first pitch on the 0-1 pitch on the way, is swung on, grounded over towards second. Dribbler, and Arias fires it over to first, and it's a 4-3 put out. Threw it over to first and then kind of did a spin as he was doing it. I guess that was showmanship. At first I thought he was doing it. Yeah, I think that was just showmanship. At first I thought he was spinning around like that could definitely affect your throw, but I think he let it go before the spin. First pitch on the way to Harris is right there on the outer edge for a strike. It's 0-1. The 0-1 pitch swung on and lifted down the left field line, out of play, 0-2. Harris, 1 for 2. A run, a stolen base, and a run scored off of a wild pitch, the 0-2 pitch. Swing and a miss, strike 3. So 2 quick outs. Ronald Acuna Jr. come to the plate. Acuna, 1 for 2, a walk, a run, a stolen base. Righty-righty matchup. They set up outside and go inside. I think that pitch missed its spot. 1-0. Acuna, one of 3 Braves starting in the All-Star game. The 1-0 pitch, swing, and that ball is roasted down the left field line. It's going to be fair. It is fair, and it ricochets off the facade just below, just past the third base side, just before you get to the left field area. Kind of had a weird spin to it. Slams up against that little wall that divides the fans and the left field foul line. Ricochets off there, and Acuna's on with a 2-out double. He smoked that ball. I didn't think there was any way that ball was staying fair. So Ozzie will try to pick up Acuna and bring him home. First pitch on the way to Oz is right there for a strike, 93 down the pipe. It's 0-1. Marlins TV is showing the replay, and just, I think what they're marveling at is how far inside that ball was and how Acuna kept it fair. The 0-1 pitch, Acuna on his way to third. Vroom, vroom. Steals third with a 1-1 count. Acuna, when he got up, kind of gave a smack to Segura on the backside, and Alan Porter, the third base umpire. I don't think he realizes the two of them are friends. They always give each other a hard time. Even back when he was in Philly, I remember him giving him a hard time. So he was kind of breaking it up, but he doesn't realize that those two go way back. The 1-1 pitch is outside wide, 2-1. This would be a perfect time for Mr. Acuna to steal that home plate like we've talked about. There were less than 2 outs. I'd say this would be a perfect time for a squeeze. The 2-1 pitch. Swing and rifled foul and out of play. We'll do it again at 2-2. Now with the 2-2 count, that kind of takes the squeeze out of the play. All right, or even an old-fashioned balk or wild pitch. We'll take anything at this point. The 2-2. Swung on, and that ball is going to get caught by the left fielder. Stayed up a little longer than I hoped it would. We'll be back in a flash. Top of the 8th on the way.
Hi, I'm going to be your waitress because my mother drank.
Pete Rose, a very unforgettable moment took place in All-Star game history back in 1970 in Cincinnati. And as we run it up here, I wonder if you'd talk about it and describe it.
Well, I'm running third. Hickman got to hit the center, and I start to slide head first right there, but I saw I couldn't be safe because Fossey was blocking the plate, and it was my advantage because he was reaching for the ball, and I happened to hit him at the right time, and I scored the winning run in an extra inning ball game. And I missed 3 games, but unfortunately he separated his shoulder and played the next month with that, and it sort of ruined his career. But I think you have to try to do anything. I think that was a clean slide because of the way he was positioned at the plate. You're no catcher, you know what I mean. And I didn't try to hurt anybody because he was at my house till 3 in the morning the night before, and I was just trying to be safe playing in Cincinnati.
Thank you, Pete. Back up to you.
Armchair.
Must be sitting on the slider. The Braves standing room only now. Matzik trying to deliver in the biggest moment of his career so far. Runners on second and third, 2 away. The Braves lead by 2. Fastball swung on and missed. Sit down, baby. Magic comes in and absolutely yaks the whole side.
Because we've been playing it fundamentally the same way for so long, the way that we can find the benchmarks that cross generations and cross decades is to be able to use these statistics as if they were labels. They aren't numbers. 300 hitter is not a number. The 300 hitter is a tag that means something today, as it did in 1930, as it did in 1890. So the statistics become a means by which we can connect to the permanence. I can make that comparison with my father, who could have made it with his father.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. So, yeah, from what I was saying was, when you look at the strategy of it, as Minter goes back to work and Gurriel will pinch hit for Chisholm, and first pitch on the way, down low for a ball, it's 1-0. The 1-0 pitch. Minter lets it fly. Swing and rifled down the line, 1-1. With 2 outs, stealing home, that's the perfect time to do it, because if with less than 2 outs, you'd rather the guy stay there to see if you can get him home via the fielder's choice or a sac fly. The 1-1 pitch. Swung on and popped up, out of play, 1-2. I still have hanging in my studio, my office, the picture of Jackie Robinson stealing home against the Yankees in the World Series with Yogi Berra at the plate. The 1-2 pitch. Swing and rifles it foul. It's 1-2. One of the most famous plays in baseball, and they both, to their graves, both argued whether he was safe or not. He was called safe. Yogi swears he was out. And if you look at the play, the still photo that I have, you're like, how in the world was it even close? Because he looks like he's a mile away when he starts to slide. So a 1-2 count. Warming up in the pen still is Heller. The 1-2 on the way. Swung on and grounded up the middle. Backhanded by Ozzie. He's got it. Fires it over to first for out number 1. Out of a low throw. Ozzie kind of said something to Arcia after there. I don't know if he's having a hard time getting a grip on the ball or what. You know, if you are, the ball's going to find you. That's how baseball goes. Those who might just be joining us, Ozzie had an error that led to a run in the last inning. And that time he took his time to throw the ball, and I guess he's having a hard time. First pitch on the way to Cooper, swung on and sent into right field for a 1-out single. Tying run on first for the Marlins. So 1 on and 1 out. That'll bring Sanchez to the plate, and Snicker's going to go get Minter. We'll be back in a flash. It looks like Heller coming out of the pen.
As you know, Monty, Vaughn's been working on a couple of new pitches, the Eliminator and the Humiliator, to complement his fastball, the Terminator. I heard that. Dynamite drop in, Monty. That broadcast school has really paid off.
Good afternoon. Would you like to try a free sample of our double fudge brownie?
Oh, sure. That's very good. I'll just take one more, just to be sure. Yep, still very good.
Some things never change, like never being able to take just one free sample. And Geico saving folks lots of money on their car insurance.
Is that macadamia nut I taste? You take one more.
Sir.
Yeah, I thought so.
15 minutes could save you 15% or more.
We got a tie. We need to fix it. We need a tiebreaker. I agree. Ties are not acceptable in fantasy football. Fantasy football is about proving that you are better than your friends, not equally as good as your friends, okay? It's not communism. We're not coveting Billy Joel cassette tapes and wearing ill-fitting blue jeans.
I'm Amy Lawrence, and I'm up late, always, after hours, hanging out with you on CBS Sports Radio. Check it out, 2 a.m. Eastern, 11 p.m. Pacific.
This helpful instructional message from the National Association of People Who Have Trouble Walking and Chewing Gum at the same time. Step, chew. Step, chew. Step, chew. Step, chew.
If I could change anything about basketball, it'd be to get rid of the X Games.
Armchair.
Mayhem seemed to follow John McGraw wherever he went. When he got into a fist fight with the opposing third baseman in Boston in 1894, both benches emptied. Fans began brawling. Someone set the stands on fire, and the entire wooden ballpark and 170 neighborhood buildings went up in flames.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. Atlanta Braves will send Ben Heller to the mound. Please hit that like button today. Righty-righty matchup. Heller comes in and misses the first pitch, 94 out wide. It's 1-0. Ben Heller, who's pitched well out of the pen. First time that I would consider him coming in a high-leverage situation, so we'll see what that's about. The 1-0 pitch. Swing and a miss. 93 mile an hour. Looked like the sinker. And it's 1-1. The 1-1 on the way. Down and away, excuse me. 93 sinker again. 2-1. And refresh that real quick. I think something. The 2-1 pitch. Swung on and fouled down the line. It's 2-2. Braves 4, Marlins 3, top of the 8th inning. 1 out, the 2-2 swing and a miss, strike 3. Got him with the sweeper. His sweeper has a little extra bite to the end. You think it's coming right down the drive, and it takes a left and slams into the mailbox. First pitch on the way to Wendell. Swung on and popped up down the line. Giving chase is Eddie. And just out of his reach into the stands. It'll be a souvenir. Just out of the reach. Fan got the ball on a ricochet and gave it to the young lad behind him. So, round of applause to that gentleman. So an 0-1 count. Terry, go to your room. The 0-1 pitch. Swing and a miss. 0-2. So he went sinker inside and then threw the changeup outside and chased it. See if he throws that Saturday night sweeper where you're aiming for the driveway and you slam into the mailbox. The 0-2 pitch. Swung on, grounded over to second. Ozzy's got it. Flips it over to first, and he does not have the yips. We'll be back in a flash here on Braves Country.
Pretty cool. Pretty cool. Woo!
Make sure to keep it locked in here on Armchair Quarterback Radio. We're not one-trick ponies. We cover the entire NFL, past and present.
3rd down and 6 at the 9. And Bo Jackson to the 20 and out in front. And only one man to beat, and easily can't run him down. He had the angle, but there goes Bo. And nobody catches Bo. Touchdown.
Dion. Back when he started and turns the corner into Giant territory and leave it to Dion to break it open for a touchdown. What a run. Dion comes in as a receiver. Sanders. And
And they're going his way, but there's double coverage, and somehow Dion is able to beat the coverage. Intercepted by Sanders. Can he score again? Yep. There he goes, Dion Sanders, 71 yards. And so for Dion tonight, a 59-yard punt return for a TD, a 55-yard pass reception, a 39-yard punt return, and a 71-yard interception return.
Dread running to the post office? Stamps.com brings post office and UPS services right to your computer. Send letters, ship packages, and get up to 40% off USPS and up to 62% off UPS rates. That's Stamps.com.
I see great things in baseball. It's our game, the American game. It will take our people out of doors, fill them with oxygen, give them a larger physical stoicism, tend to relieve us from being a nervous, dyspeptic set, repair these losses, and be a blessing to us. Walt Whitman.
Braves Country HD. YouTube.com/@Braves Country. Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. The Atlanta Braves lead at 4-3, looking for some insurance runs. Andrew Nardi will come to the mound, for the Miami Marlins. Left-hander has a 2.55 ERA in 35 innings and 46 strikeouts. He'll be dealt with the task of facing Austin Riley, Matt Olson, which is why he's in there, and Travis d'Arnaud. The first pitch on the way to Riley is swung on and grounded towards the third base dugout. It's 0-1. The 0-1 to Riley. Riley's 0 for 3 on the day. The wind up to pitch. Misses high, 95 up top, 1-1. Four runs, 6 hits, 1 error for the Braves. 3 runs, 8 hits, 1 error for the Marlins. The 1-1 pitch swung on. That ball's belted high and deep. Is it fair? It's into the upper deck, but foul. Holy cow. That was a moonshot. With the overcast here in Atlanta, Riley better be careful. That almost brought a shower or two from the heavens. The 1-2 pitch. Swing and fouls it back. 95. Right there on the fists. 1-2. I don't think he'll see that slider again. I could be wrong, but he had that thing timed up perfectly. Just couldn't keep it straight. The 1-2 pitch. Swing and a miss, strike 3, 95 miles an hour. Riley might have been sitting on the under on the slider. He got the hard cheese up top. He was asking home plate umpire Alan Porter if that was in the zone. It was not, but that was so hard to take. Just an inch or two above the zone. The area that all pitchers aim for when they got 2 strikes on you. The first pitch on the way to Olson misses high and away. It's 1-0. Matt Olson did single in the first inning. The 1-0 pitch. Swing and hits it high down the left field line, going back on the track. Is it? It's off the wall. Here comes Olson. He's going to chug into second. Will he head for third? No, he thought about it. He took a wide turn and said, yeah, that's right. I'm not Michael Harris. I think I'll stay here at second. He was chugging. He was hustling. That ball just missed going into the bullpen. In fact, it went off the glove of De La Cruz. Trying to see if that ball doesn't hit his glove, if it would have had enough to. De La Cruz actually might have saved a home run. If that doesn't hit his glove, it might have gone over the wall. I think it probably would have. So first pitch on the way to d'Arnaud is swung on. That ball's lifted high and deep, going back on the track. Duck if you're in the chop house, baby. It is 6-3, your Atlanta Braves. Travis d'Arnaud goes boom, and the dynamite doubles the Marlins score here in the bottom of the 8th. 394 happy feet. Travis d'Arnaud. How about that? There's a slider on the outer edge, and he just stuck his foot in the ground and drove it over the wall. So that'll bring up Marcell Ozuna. Ozuna takes the first pitch high and away. It's 1-0. The 1-0 to Marcell. Swing, and that ball is going to get down for a base hit. Marcel's on the board, 1 for 4 now. Good piece of hitting. Tried to go inside. He was strong enough to be able to shovel it out there to shallow center field. And the hit parade continues. Stottlemyre, the pitching coach, is going to come out and talk to Nardi. So 1 on and 1 out. Kevin Pillar will hit for Rosario. Thought we'd see him anyways because Pillar playing out there in left field with the lead, I think is something you'll start seeing more as we get closer to October. Not that Rosario is a bad defensive outfielder, but Pillar is much better. Remember at one point, Pillar was up there every year with the Gold Glove voting for center fielders. Stottlemyre will go ahead and head back to the dugout. The Braves got the chop going. Braves got the wins going here on this 4th of July weekend. They lead 6-3. Trying to complete the sweep of the team that came in second place 6 games out into this series. The first pitch on the way to Pillar misses up high. It's 1-0. That kid Soriano that we saw pitch yesterday for the Marlins that I thought was really good. He pitched really well. He was optioned back to AAA Jacksonville this morning. The 1-0 pitch. Bang foul. It's 1-1. The only way that could be better news is if he got DFA'd and we could grab him. I mean, I thought that kid had pretty good stuff. The 1-1 on the way. In the dirt, 2-1. Kevin Pillar, batting .257 on the year. 6 home runs, 17 RBI, 778 OPS. The 2-1 lefty-righty matchup. The southpaw lets it fly. Swing! And that ball is going to be caught. Davis, the center fielder, running, got a pretty good jump on that. And on a running catch, makes it out number 2. Ozuna. How many of these players, when they get older and they start showing the replays, I've thought about this. You see all the guys now that always have their the pocket is the first pitch on the way to Arcia misses. They're going to check down the line, but he did not go. It's 1-0. They'll take the pocket of their pants and have it inside out, and they call it swag. How many of them are going to be laughing at themselves here in about 15 years? The 1-0 pitch. Down and away, 2-0. Orlando Arcia, who already had a home run to his name. The 2-0. Misses up top, but calls it a strike. It's 2-1. Fastball. Jim Wolf, always one of those guys. When I see him, I'm like, he's going to be consistently inconsistent all game long. The 2-1 pitch. High and out of the zone, 3-1. So you got a 3-1 count. Marcel's on first. Standing on deck is Harris. I would think they'll let Nardi at least face Michael if Arcia can get on. The 3-1 pitch. Swing! And lifted foul and out of play. It's 3-2. So now Marcel can go on first movement. You had a full count, 2 out, runner on first. The runner goes down and in, and they're going to say he went around, strike 3. That'll end the inning. But not for your Atlanta Braves. Put 2 more on the board. It's 6-3, and here comes Eyeglasses.
I mean, the less you have going on, the less you have to worry about. Look at me. I got nothing going on. I got nothing to worry about. Except your future.
It all starts with just one thing. Glass jars can be reused to store food and spices, as a holder for combs and brushes in the bathroom, or as a container for plants and homemade candles, in addition to simply being recycled. Find tips and more at onethingus.com.
Here are some baseball facts that you might not have known. In the past 17 seasons, there have only been 5 players to have at least 1 at-bat each year. Those 5 are Albert Pujols, Miguel Cabrera, Yadier Molina, Nelson Cruz, and weirdly enough, Jeff Mathis.
You'll do anything to stay healthy, so isn't it time to think about your water? Aquasana water filters remove contaminants other filters don't, like lead, bacteria, viruses, and pesticides. Up to 99% of 88 contaminants, while leaving vital minerals you need like potassium, calcium, and magnesium. Visit waterfilter.com now. That's waterfilter.com for pure, delicious water and the ultimate peace of mind. Aquasana, better water, better you.
Braves country today. We're talking Southern sports. We go live 3 to 5 weekdays right here on WQEE. Braves country today. Southern sports talk with the voice of Braves country baseball, Mac Magee. Joined every day from sports analysts from all over Braves country, talking college football, the NFL, Major League Baseball, and what's trending in the world of sports. Braves country today. We go live 3 to 5 weekdays right here on WQEE.
There's nothing about baseball that calls for any sort of superhuman proportion or skill, or it at least appears that way. There's the illusion that it doesn't. As boys and girls, we grow up playing it, or we grow up playing softball. And we see the people who are playing it professionally now, and they don't look that different from us. They're not 6'8". They don't weigh 275 pounds. They're not on skates. They're not doing something that is beyond our reach. So the connection for those of us who played it on sandlots and in schoolyards is very easily grasped.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. The Atlanta Braves now lead at 6-3. We're heading to the 9th inning in a pop-up broadcast today. Looks like I'll be able to bring you the whole thing, assuming we don't go to extra innings. Eyeglasses coming to the mound. Raisel Iglesias, 3-2 with a 4.37 record. Looking to will be eligible for the save if he can get 3 outs here before they score 3. He'll face Segura to start it off. The first pitch of Jean Segura is a strike at the top of the zone, 95 miles an hour. It's 0-1. The 0-1 pitch. Down and away, it's 1-1. The 1-1 swing and grounded up the middle. Ozzy's got it, flips it over to first, and it's a 4-3 put out for out number 1. Ozzy's had some problems throwing the ball today, and wouldn't you know it, every time that happens, the ball's going to find you. That's about the 4th time the ball's been grounded to him sharply on the ground since he had his error and had the issue on the second throw. That'll bring Jonathan Davis to the plate. He's 1 for 3. Got picked off at first after a single earlier in the game. First pitch on the way to Davis is right there for a strike at the knees. It's 0-1. The 0-1 pitch. 94 off wide. 1-1. The 1-1. Swing and a miss. Strike 2. So a 1-2 count on Davis. Davis asks for time. Right-hander will step out of the box and adjust his gloves. Nomar Garcia-Parra style. Gets back into the box. The 1-2. Way outside wide, 2-2. So a 2-2 count to Davis. Iglesias looking for his 14th save of the year. Swing and fouls it out of play. 95 up top. It's 2-2 once again. Pretty impressive number for Iglesias, 13 saves when you consider he started the season late. The 2-2 swing and a miss, strike 3. And there's 2 away. Went over the top on that one. Eyeglasses pulled the changeup out. Couldn't time it up, and there's 2 away. Marlins down to their last out. Braves 1 out away from completing a sweep. They would be 9 games in front of the Marlins if they can hold on here. First pitch on the way to the right-handed bat of Fortes is swung on and fouled back out of play. It's 0-1. I do believe the Marlins will be most likely in the playoffs this year. This is a good baseball team that the Braves have put it on this weekend. The 0-1 pitch. Swing and lifts it up high in the sky. Money Mike calls everybody off, and he'll make the catch. Braves win. Braves win. Your Atlanta Braves win. Eyeglasses slams the door. He'll get his 14th save of the year. Acuna does the gritty. They do the high five with Pilar in the middle of center field, and the Atlanta Braves playing extremely good baseball. And that's why I say stay tuned when you talk about those Sunday night games. They're not scheduled for any of them in the second half, but ESPN has yet to update that, and I guarantee you we're going to have a few of them. So on the Sunday games, we typically do not watch, or we do not bring it to you unless it's a night game. We've got some coming. Well, I'm getting the call from the pen, so we got this game squeezed in just in time. Braves win. Braves win. Your Atlanta Braves win. Real quick, give you the numbers, and then we will skedaddle out of here. The Braves, they'll be 9 games up in first place over the Marlins. They'll be 10 in front in the win column. I haven't seen whether or not Washington and Phillies come back, but they were leading Philly when they went to the rain delay. The Braves ended up being a crowd of almost. They missed it by about just under 200. Almost a sellout, 40,932. The game itself, another tidy one, 2 hours and 32 minutes. And the Atlanta Braves will walk out of here and head towards Cleveland for a tough series, and then get ready for the Tampa series this coming weekend that'll send us to the All-Star break. We'll have pitch-by-pitch, play-by-play tomorrow night on Braves Country HD. Please like and subscribe today before you walk out of there. Smash that like button. Braves win. Braves win. Your Atlanta Braves win. Have a good one, y'all. It's kind of funny how I'm like one of those relievers that they say, hey, you're just going to go in there for an inning or two and end up throwing about 7 strong. See you tomorrow. Have a great day.